Cultivation Online Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1241, An Unexpected Transformation, 1912-41. An unexpected transformation, as she merely listened to Yuan's ridiculous story of his reincarnation. Her eyes would grow larger and larger until they could no longer physically widen any more. However, as crazy as he sounded, Jimeli believed in every word that came out of his mouth without thinking for a moment that he was messing with her. Many minutes later, Yuan ended his story. "That's the truth about my identity." After moments of silence, Jimeli mumbled in an excited voice, "I knew you were special when I first saw you, Yuan, but I didn't think you would be this special. Now everything makes sense, at least a little more sense. Sorry for keeping this a secret until now. I won't blame you if you no longer want to follow me," Yuan suddenly said with a solemn look on his face. "Huh? Why would I want to leave you? I don't care if you're the evil god or whatever. I don't even know any of them. What made me follow you was you, Yuan, and unless you're magically going to change into a different person, this new information doesn't change anything for me. Thank you. Anyway, I have to admit, while your various incarnations don't particularly mean anything to me," Jimeli admitted, her curiosity piqued only slightly. "But this immortal monarch, he does catch my attention. If the dragon blood my family's been using for generations is actually tied to dragon goddess Yeyu, not the dragon ancestor we always believed, I can't help but wonder about the connection our ancestors had with her," she mused. Since she was born and grew up in the ancient dragon city, Jimeli had never heard of the evil god or the divine paragon, so those names meant next to nothing to her. But when it came to the immortal monarch, who was also known as the monarch of beasts, she couldn't help but be a tad more curious. "I only have a fragment of dragon goddess Yeyu's memories, so I cannot answer your question. As for the immortal monarch's memories, I am still waiting for them to return," Yuan said. "How do your memories return? Does it just return randomly, or is there a certain trigger?" "It's mostly random, but there were times that I had to collect my memories. Kind of like a treasure hunt," he shrugged. With her inquiries satisfied, Jimeli shifted her attention to the vast expanse of the glistening ocean that extended endlessly before her, its beauty captivating her gaze as it stretched toward the distant horizon. "What do you think?" Yuan asked her sometime later. "It's beautiful and unique, while there are artificial ponds and even lakes in the ancient dragon city. This is my first time seeing something of this scale. If there's anything else that you want to see, I can take you there." Yuan then said, "I would like to see mountains next." "All right." Yuan teleported them directly in front of a mountain range a moment later. Wow, they look so different compared to the ones in ancient Dragon City. They're so much taller and majestic. Over the next several hours, Yuan would take Jimeli around the nameless emperor's tomb, satisfying her desire to explore to her heart's content. Once she was satisfied, Jimeli requested to return to their first scenery by the ocean. Yuan complied, and the next moment they returned to their original spot. "If the world in this place is already so beautiful, I cannot wait to see what the real world has in store for me." Jimeli spoke with a smile. "Are you ready to leave?" Yuan then asked. "Just one more thing." Jimeli proceeded to retrieve a familiar-looking spear and extended it towards Yuan, seemingly offering it to him. "Isn't this the dragon soul? You brought it with you?" Yuan recognized the soul weapon at a glance. "Yes, my father gave it to me. Now I'm giving it to you." "Huh? Isn't this your family's heirloom? I cannot accept it, especially when your parents gave it to you." Yuan immediately refused to accept the dragon soul. "Father did give it to me. He had no choice but to do so because he made a pact that he could only pass it down to a family member. He wanted to pass it down to you, but since you're not officially part of the family, he couldn't do so without risking his soul. However, I didn't make such a pact, hence why he gave it to me, so I could hand it to you." Jimeli pushed the dragon soul closer to him. "Even if you say that the dragon soul is a soul weapon, unless it accepts me as its master, I won't be able to use it." "You won't know until you give it a shot," Jimeli said, wearing a confident smile on her beautiful face. If you say so. Yuan eventually accepted the dragon's soul as his fingers closed around the spear's handle. He sensed a surge from within, an immense power stirring as if eager to awaken. Without any hesitation, Yuan offered his blood to the dragon's soul, which greedily absorbed it without delay. The dragon's soul began to tremble, and the dragon around it suddenly began to move as though it was alive. Before long, the dragon's soul, which had initially appeared rather ordinary, underwent a remarkable transformation, morphing into a stunningly beautiful spear. As the transformation reached its end, the dragon's soul unleashed a thunderous dragon's roar, a sound so deafening that it resonated throughout the entirety of the nameless emperor's tomb. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, Yuan felt an uncanny sense of familiarity wash over him, as if he had encountered this very sound in some distant memory. His gaze locked onto the transformed dragon's soul with a look of disbelief, and he mumbled in a dazed tone, "Dragon goddess Yeyu?" In response to Yuan's utterance, the dragon's soul emitted a brilliant golden radiance. A moment later, the dragon's soul vanished from Yuan's grasp, and a tall figure materialized before him. "It's truly you." Yuan swallowed nervously as he stared at Dragon Goddess Yeo's ethereal face. Chapter 1242, Dragon Goddess Yeo's Soul. Yuan found himself profoundly shaken as Dragon Goddess Yeo materialized before him, emerging from thin air. Yet as he snapped out of his daze and observed her form more closely, he noticed that she appeared semi-transparent, as if she were naught but a ghost, an illusion. "Dragon Goddess Yeu, why are you?" Yuan tried calling out to her, only to halt abruptly as a mysterious furrow formed on her brow, seemingly displeased about something. Suddenly, without any further explanation, Dragon Goddess Yeu disappeared like a cloud of smoke, and the dragon's soul reappeared in Yuan's grasp. Dragon's soul level 0 rank, soul weapon. Growth rate fast requirement. Description: a beautiful golden spear with an unknown origin. It is shrouded with a mysterious aura that will render all spiritual energy useless partially. Yuan wondered inwardly. What in heaven's name was that about? Who was that beauty just now? She merely exclaimed a moment later, her voice tinged with bewilderment and astonishment. "That person was Dragon Goddess Yeo," Yuan responded. "What? That was Dragon Goddess Yeo?" Yuan responded, "What? That was Dragon Goddess Yeo." Zimeli became even more shocked after learning of this information. "So the dragon's soul is actually related to Dragon Goddess Yeo. No wonder why it reacted to you, who is the reincarnation of the immortal monarch." Zimeli said, "Do you have any idea why or how Dragon Goddess Yeo showed up just now?" Yuan asked a moment later. "Unfortunately, I have never seen or heard of anything like this before." Zimeli shook her head. "I have," Xiaohua's voice suddenly resounded. "Really?" Yuan was pleasantly surprised and eagerly awaited her explanation. While soul weapons may attain a form of consciousness, they can never become a real soul on their own. However, they do possess the capacity to house another's soul, should someone choose to bestow one within. Although I cannot state this with absolute certainty, it is conceivable that Dragon Goddess Yeyu's very soul may have been placed within this soul weapon, and what you witnessed moments ago could have been a manifestation of her soul, Xiaohua explained. Yuan swallowed nervously at the notion that Dragon Goddess Yeyu's soul could be resting within the dragon's soul. If she is really inside the dragon's soul, is there any way to bring her out? Yuan then asked. Even if there is a way to do so, it wouldn't be a good idea, Xiaohua said while shaking her head. After all, she is only a soul without her body at this moment. If you bring her out of the soul weapon in her state, her soul will definitely disappear, or worse, be destroyed. Hearing this, Yuan felt helpless. Is there really no way to help her? He sighed. As Xiaohua said, we don't know if it really contains Dragon Goddess Yeo's soul. What happened just now could be an entirely different matter, Zimeli suddenly said. For now, we should try to learn more about the soul weapon before we start trying things. Yuan nodded. You're right. I shouldn't be so impatient. If it really contains Dragon Goddess Yeo's soul, I'm sure we'll figure out how to bring her out safely, if that's even what she desires." Sometime later, Yuan stored the dragon's soul inside his body alongside Empyrean Overlord and Starry Abyss. "So, are we ready to leave now?" Yuan asked Shi Meili, who quickly nodded. "Wait." Feng Yushang's voice suddenly resounded. "What's the matter?" Yuan asked. "We're fine right now because we're still inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. But once we go outside, Shi Meili's cultivation will be too high for the third heaven, and she might be forced to ascend." Feng Yushang reminded him that only those below Spirit Emperor could remain in the third heaven, and Shi Meili was a Spirit Emperor. "You're right, I completely forgot about this rule," Yuan facepalmed. "There's an easy fix to that. I can simply restrict my cultivation to Spirit King." Shi Meili closed her eyes and began suppressing her cultivation base until it reached the peak of Spirit King, just like Yuan. "Will that really work?" Yuan wondered out loud. "It should, as long as she doesn't cause a scene in the third heaven," Feng Yuxiang said. "I won't do anything like that, I promise." Shi Meili swore with a smile. Sometime later, Yuan teleported them outside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Meanwhile, outside the Nameless Emperor's tomb, Zhao Hui's eyebrows twitched when he sensed two unfamiliar presences appearing nearby. He stopped cultivating and stood up. "Hey, I sensed two presences outside the tomb, and they appeared out of thin air, just like those people who had already left the Nameless Emperor's tomb," he said, notifying Jiang Lu. "It must be him." Jiang Lu clenched his fist in anticipation as he turned to look at the entrance of the Nameless Emperor's tomb, and sure enough there were now two individuals who weren't there just moments ago, a young man and a young woman. Jiang Lu focused on the young man, and a wide smile appeared on his face when he recognized Yuan's face. "It's really him. That's him," Jiang Lu confirmed for Zhao Hui. "I finally have a chance to beat him up." Jiang Lu immediately started walking towards Yuan, but he was quickly stopped by Zhao Hui. "They're both peak spirit kings. You won't even be able to hurt one of them, much less defeat them." Zhao Hui warned him. "What? Peak spirit king? That means he's at the same cultivation level as you? How's that possible?" Jiang Lu was shocked to learn that Yuan had already reached peak spirit king, while he was only a first-level spirit lord. "Fuck! Just as I thought we could mess with him." Jiang Lu cursed. "What are you talking about, you idiot? I don't know how they managed to achieve peak Spirit King at that age in this realm, but they're still too young and inexperienced. I won't lose to them even if I have to fight both of them at once." Zhao Hui showed a cold smile on his face, and he stared at Yuan like a hunter before its prey. "Stay here and watch how this expert deals with them. It won't take long either." Zhao Hui proceeded to leave Xiang Lu behind as he started walking in Yuan's direction with a confident aura around him. Chapter 1243, A Common Thief. Nuanto 43, A Common Thief, shortly after they exited from the Nameless Emperor's tomb, Yuan could sense two individuals watching them from a distance. One of them had the cultivation of first-level Spirit Lord, while the other one exuded the presence of a Peak Spirit King. Furthermore, the Peak Spirit King had a unique aura that felt oddly familiar to Yuan. However, Yuan didn't pay too much attention to them, at least not until the Peak Spirit King started approaching them with an aggressive look on his face. "We have company," Yuan said to Shi Meili, who was absorbed by the Nameless Emperor's tomb's entrance. They turned their attention to the approaching figure and saw Zhao Hui strolling toward them, his posture slightly hunched. He was a tall, somewhat skinny man with long, messy black hair. His violet eyes had a sharp and slightly menacing look, almost like that of a troublemaker. In fact, his clothes seemed similar to what a bandit might wear. "He seems like trouble," Shi Meili muttered as she caught sight of him. Yuan nodded and said, "He may appear as a spirit king, but he possesses power that surpasses it. Besides a few individuals I've met in the Nameless Emperor's tomb, I've never seen a spirit king as powerful as him, and those few individuals came from the upper heavens." "So he's from the upper heavens? What do you suppose he wants from us? Surely he's not going to ask us for directions." "Brother Yuan, that man is an exile," Xiao Hua's voice suddenly resounded. "What an exile?" No wonder why his aura seemed so familiar. "What's an exile?" she merely asked. "I don't know. Perhaps he can sense you." Yuan suggested that Zhao Hui was actually here for Xiaohua. "No, that's not possible." Xiaohua immediately rejected such a possibility. "Then let's just wait and see what he wants. Xiaohua, stay hidden for now." Once Zhao Hui was close enough, Yuan asked him, "How can we help you?" Zhao Hui halted in front of Yuan and silently stood there looking disinterested, as though he regarded them with the same indifference one might reserve for ants. Receiving no response from Zhao Hui, Yuan continued, "If you're not inclined to speak then," mid-sentence, Zhao Hui abruptly sprang into action, thrusting his claw-like hand directly toward Yuan's throat with the intention to kill. Zhao Hui's lightning-fast movement caught Shimeli off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. However, Yuan's quick reflexes allowed him to evade the sneak attack by tilting his body to the side, narrowly dodging it. In that suspended moment, time seemed to stand still as everyone tried to comprehend what had just occurred. "Oh, you managed to dodge that? You're a little better than I thought." Zhao Hui spoke with a slightly surprised look on his face. "How dare you?" When she snapped out of her daze, Shimeli angrily threw a punch at Zhao Hui. And while she was angry at Zhao Hui for attacking Yuan, she was more angry at herself for not being able to react to it, as their journey could have ended before it even started right there and then. "Whoa!" Zhao Hui exclaimed in a playful manner right as he dodged Shimeli's strike, even doing so with ease. "What?" Shimeli was surprised to see this, and she prepared to chase after him. However, she was stopped when Yuan grabbed her arm. "Wait," he said to her in a calm voice. "But he just tried to kill you." "I know, but you won't be able to defeat him. As an exile, he's definitely much older and more experienced than he appears. Also, you promised that you wouldn't cause a scene, right?" Shimeli gritted her teeth in frustration, but she couldn't argue with him. It was clear that Zhao Hui was a formidable opponent, one that required her to unleash her full strength to deal with. Yet even with all of her strength, she might not be able to defeat him. Father wasn't joking. "The outside world is so much more dangerous," she sighed inwardly. "So you know that I am an exile." Zhao Hui was quite surprised when he heard Yuan's words. And he continued, "Do you also have one by your side? It would make sense why you have such a high cultivation if that's the case. However, I don't see them." "Where are they? Don't tell me that they're already dead." "I don't see how that is any of your business." Now Yuan was certain that he didn't approach him because of Xiaohua. "What a pity. If that exile was still by your side, I would have killed them myself." Zhao Hui sighed in a regrettable manner. Yuan frowned at his words and asked, "Why would you want to kill a fellow exile?" "Why, you ask? Did your exile not tell you anything? As exiles, we race each other to the supreme heavens for our freedom, and there can only be one winner for each race. In other words, we're rivals. Just because we're fellow exiles doesn't make us companions." Zhao Hui sneered. Of course, Yuan knew the purpose of the Supreme Heaven's legacy. However, he didn't expect exiles to hunt each other as well. "I think I've grasped the situation," Yuan suddenly stated with a discerning tone. "If you didn't approach us due to my association with an exile, then it's likely you're carrying out the orders of your elusive master, the one who's been lurking in the shadows all this while." "Master... ah ha 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 ha!" Zhao Hui burst out laughing. "While it's true that I need that weakling to finish the Supreme Heaven's legacy, it doesn't mean I obey his orders. I approached you because I heard that you had some good treasures on you, not because he told me to. So you're nothing more than a common thief. I was expecting more of you since you're an exile." "How disappointing," Yuan remarked, shaking his head. "Just a common thief. How dare you?" Zhao Hui's body quivered with anger, stung by Yuan's words. "Before I became an exile, I was infamous as the harbinger of agony, and just the mere utter of my name would send shivers across the entirety of the 9 heavens," Zhao Hui declared with a hint of pride before continuing in a grim voice. "Now, I shall teach you the meaning of agony." Chapter 1244, A Growing Sense of Purposelessness. 1244, A Growing Sense of Purposelessness. Harbinger of agony, huh? Even if you were once the most renowned thief in history, what can you achieve in your present condition? Yuan taunted with a sneer. Ha 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 ha. Just because my cultivation is currently sealed doesn't mean I have lost all of my experience and techniques. Even if I was only a spirit lord, I would still have no trouble dealing with a useless weakling like you. Zhao Hui laughed heartily in response. Since you sound so confident, let's stop the chattering and get this over with already, Yuan said as he summoned his Empyrean overlord. However, a calm voice suddenly resounded in his head. Brother Yuan, can you let me handle this? Xiaohua, I didn't tell you this before, but it is an exile's responsibility to protect their master, especially when in the presence of another exile. Even if you say that I can handle him by myself, what's more, I don't want you to get hurt if we can avoid it. Nevertheless, Xiaohua's resolve held steadfast as she spoke from the depths of her heart. It is undeniable that Brother Yuan has grown in strength to a point where my protection is no longer necessary, and I take great pride in your growth. However, Brother Yuan, you need not shoulder the weight of everything alone, even if you could. There exist endeavors I must undertake, for without them I risk losing the very essence of my purpose. Ever since Yuan had grown strong enough to protect himself, Zhao Hua had grappled with a growing sense of purposelessness, even more so when he gained companions capable of assuming all the roles she had once fulfilled, and she hated this emptiness that was quickly consuming her. Xiaohua Yuan fell into silence after hearing her dejected words. He had dedicated himself to rigorous training to alleviate the burden on Xiaohua so that she would no longer need to endanger herself for him, but in his pursuit of strength he had overlooked Xiaohua herself. Hey, why the hell are you just standing there in a daze? Where did your arrogance and spirit from just a moment vanish to? Zhao Hui suddenly roared, his voice laced with frustration, when Yuan randomly stopped paying attention to him. In response, Yuan stored the Empyrean overlord away and looked at Zhao Hui with a profound expression. Such actions greatly befuddled Zhao Hui. Looks like you have suddenly come to the realization that you cannot defeat me. Unfortunately, I won't spare you even if you no longer have a desire to fight. Just as Zhao Hui retrieved his weapon, a saber, Yuan spoke, Sorry, but there's been a change of plans. As much as I want to kick your ass myself, my little guardian angel will be doing the beating. The next moment, a small figure emerged from Yuan's body and stood before him and Zhao Hui. Huh? A child. Zhao Hui raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. Yet, as his eyes locked onto Xiaohua's face, a peculiar sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered her before. Fuck! I swear I have seen that face somewhere before, but where? Despite his efforts to unearth the memory of her identity, Zhao Hui's mind remained frustratingly blank, unable to recollect who she might be. However, he could tell that she was an exile, just like him from the aura she was exuding. I thought your exile had died, but it turned out to be much worse. Imagine choosing a child like that to guide you. Ah ha ha! I can't! Zhao Hui laughed again. And if you think I won't kill a child, you should know that I have done worse, he continued with a cold expression a moment later. Xiaohua didn't respond to him, and retrieved 2 large swords, wielding one in each of her small hands. I don't know how you guys managed to crawl your way to the 3rd heaven, but this is where your legacy ends. Zhao Hui released his cultivation base, and without any warning disappeared from his spot. After using his movement technique, Zhao Hui appeared behind Zhao Hua in the blink of an eye, almost as though he teleported, and he swung his saber at her neck without any hesitation. Clang! Xiaohua quickly twisted her body around and swung back, blocking the attack. Zhao Hui would disappear again when his feet touched the ground, appearing behind Xiaohua again. Whoosh! Xiaohua dodged the attack with her own movement technique before chasing after him with her swords in motion. So slow. Zhao Hui sneered in disdain as he dodged her attack with ease. Meanwhile, Ji Meili asked Yuan, Are you sure this is a good idea? Xiaohua seems to be a little behind. This is what she wanted, and I have faith in her, Yuan declared with a serene countenance. I don't think I've ever seen her being this serious before, Feng Yuxiang remarked with a hint of surprise. Enlan Yingying agreed. Over the next several minutes, Xiaohua and Zhaohui exchanged hundreds of relentless blows with each other, with neither of them getting a direct hit. However, it was clear to the spectators that Xiaohua was slowly being pushed back by Zhaohui, who was much faster and more agile. I will applaud you for lasting this long, but it's obvious that you won't be able to defend for much longer. Just as he said this, Zhaohui managed to barely land a hit on Xiaohua. However, when he anticipated seeing her blood, he was left astounded to find that Xiaohua remained completely unharmed, only that there was a small cut on her clothes. What? How is that possible? Zhaohui was certain that his blade had reached her flesh, yet he'd only managed to cut her clothes. As Zhaohui stood stupefied by the perplexing outcome, Xiaohua examined the tear in her attire with a faint furrow of her brow. Oddly, she didn't seem to be concerned, even though she had seemingly lost the exchange. Chapter 1245, Xiaohua, now not 1245, Xiaohua. My saber definitely reached her. Yet why isn't there a scratch on her? Why isn't she bleeding out? Zhaohui could never mistake the feeling of slicing flesh, so he was absolutely certain that he'd reached her. But he could not explain the results. Meanwhile, Xiaohua had an annoyed look on her face, but not because she'd just lost the exchange. My clothes, she muttered in a low voice. I don't know what you just did to avoid that attack, but it won't happen a second time. Zhaohui tightened his grip on the saber before rushing at Xiaohua again, his speed much faster than previously, almost as though he had been holding back. How annoying, Xiaohua muttered as she confronted Zhaohui with her swords. Herald of Agony! Zhaohui swiftly employed one of his techniques, conjuring a large obsidian-hued shadowy circle on the ground directly beneath Xiaohua's feet. Reacting instantly, Xiaohua leaped out of the circle's grasp, yet to her surprise the shadowy formation clung to her like a relentless specter, maintaining its position beneath her. In response to this relentless pursuit, Xiaohua made a swift decision to ascend into the sky. However, as she made her move, the edges of the black circle abruptly rose from the earth, ensnaring her within a pitch-black ball. Hey, that doesn't look good at all. Shouldn't we help her? Meili's voice trembled with concern as she observed the dire situation unfolding before them. Yuan calmly shook his head and said, Don't underestimate her. She'll be fine. Ha ha ha! No matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, your spiritual energy has been sealed by my Herald of Agony. Once trapped by it, you're just a sitting duck waiting to be slaughtered. Zhaohui laughed like a maniac as he started slashing and stabbing his saber at the void-like prison that had Xiaohua trapped inside. I can feel it. I can feel your flesh being torn apart by my saber. Nothing beats this sensation. Ah ha ha ha. Xiaohua Yuan subconsciously gritted his teeth. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't worried about Xiaohua. However, his confidence and trust in her far outweighed his worries. 1,000 years of agony. Zhaohui's saber suddenly became covered in black energy before swinging it at the prison. Sha! The prison was sliced in half alongside everything trapped inside. Meili covered her mouth, trying her best to remain calm. Zhaohui took several deep breaths afterward, and without looking at his results, he began approaching Yuan with intense bloodlust in his gaze. After taking just a few steps, Zhaohui's movements froze when a calm voice resounded behind him. Where do you think you are going? What? Zhaohui muttered in disbelief. Impossible. No, there's no way that you could have survived that. Zhaohui's gaze shifted slowly, and his eyes widened in profound shock when he beheld Xiaohua standing calmly behind him, completely unscathed save for a few additional cuts on her clothing. No way! How did she do that? Even Meili was completely shocked to see Xiaohua unharmed. Despite Zhaohui's inquiries, Xiaohua remained conspicuously silent, almost as though she wanted to torment him mentally. Following her silence, Xiaohua proceeded to stow away her weapons, leaving everyone present, including Yuan, profoundly perplexed. I didn't want to show Brother Yuan this side of me, but I won't be able to defeat him unless I do so." Xiaohua sighed inwardly, and continuing her confusing actions, she closed her eyes before her enemy. "You dare close your eyes before my presence? Don't you dare look down on me, your little bitch!" Zhao Hui let out a thunderous roar, his form enveloped in a dark, blood-tinged aura. Remaining firmly planted in his position, Zhao Hui swung his saber with astounding swiftness at Xiaohua, unleashing a series of razor-edged waves of saber aura. The next moment, Zhao Hui watched as his saber aura sliced right through Xiaohua's small body, cutting it in half. However, no blood was shed by Xiaohua, and the severed portions of her body dispersed like mist, as if her very essence had transformed into vapor, leaving behind a cloud of purple-colored mist. In a matter of seconds, the purple mist reassembled itself, shaping into a completely unharmed Xiaohua. Xigmei's astonishment was palpable as she blurted out, "What sort of technique is that?" Meanwhile, Zhao Hui's countenance contorted with sheer terror, his words trembling as he grappled with the realization of Xiaohua's identity. No, it can't be." He appeared unwilling to accept the undeniable truth. In that precise moment, Xiaohua's eyes gently flickered open. Their once familiar hue now transformed into a mysterious shade of violet. Simultaneously, a dark aura enveloped her form, tinged with an eerie touch of ethereal purple. As Xiaohua's menacing aura solidified, an ominous transformation seized the very surroundings. The heavens above them abruptly darkened, and a chill settled upon the atmosphere, akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper himself. Not only did Xiaohua's presence undergo a profound metamorphosis, but she also experienced a slight growth in stature, and her face appeared more mature and carried an icy, distant demeanor in the blink of an eye. Xiaohua underwent such a drastic transformation that even Yuan struggled to recognize her by the end of it. In fact, it felt like he was looking at an entirely different individual. Ding! Xiaohua's status has been updated. Name: Xiaohua, Servant Grade Mythical, Master Yuan, Cultivation, 9th Level, Spirit King. Legacy: Supreme Heaven's Legacy, Evil God's Legacy Bloodline, Evil God's True Bloodline Physique. Violet Nebula Physique. In addition to her new status, Xiaohua also acquired several new techniques that were not there before. Asura Clan's Immortal Slaying Art. Rank: Mythic. Mastery Level 4. Evil God's Supreme Art. Rank: Supreme. Mastery Level 9. In a voice quivering with terror, Zhao Hui cried out, "That ominous violet aura, that overwhelming presence. You're a member of the Asura clan?" Chapter 1246, Xiaohua's Drastic Transformation. 1246, Xiaohua's Drastic Transformation. That's Xiaohua. What happened to her? She feels like an entirely different person. Feng Yuxiang muttered in a dazed voice. If one could see her face right now, it would be filled with astonishment. Following her profound transformation, Xiaohua gazed upon her surroundings with a newfound and captivating curiosity, yet her expression remained emotionless. After looking at her surroundings, Xiaohua began inspecting her own body. "What's wrong with this body? How long have I been asleep?" she muttered in a low voice, in the midst of her inspection. Zhao Hui exclaimed, No, that's not possible. You cannot be from the Asura clan. I recognize every member of the Asura clan, but I do not recognize you. You must be an impostor." After coming to this conclusion, Zhao Hui quickly regained control over his own emotions and calmed down. "That's right. Now that I think about it, there's no way someone from the Asura clan would be here. But I must admit, your aura is so convincing that even I nearly fell for it. Unfortunately for you, I know every member of the Asura clan, and you're not one of them." Upon hearing Zhao Hui's words, Yao Hua turned to look at him with a nonchalant expression. "An impostor?" she mumbled in a low voice. "Of course, if you think about it, there's no way in hell the Celestial Emperor would allow the Asura clan to partake in the Supreme Heaven's legacy. That family of traitors and bloodthirsty demons would rot first before they get a chance at freedom." Zhao Hui laughed nervously. However, Zhao Hua remained nonchalant, and she spoke a moment later. "And who the hell are you? Did I really wake up for an ant like you? No, that's not possible." Xiao Hua's words made it seem like she was meeting Zhao Hui for the first time, which made everyone there raise an eyebrow. "Whatever. I'll quickly kill you and go back to sleep. I need to save as much energy as I can before he returns." With a casual flick of her sleeve, Xiao Hua conjured a black sword forged from her very own aura and wielded it. "I'd love to see you try, seeing how you couldn't even catch my shadow just moments ago." Zhao Hui sneered in disdain as he activated his movement technique. Zhao Hui's figure disappeared like a ghost the next moment. Despite this, Xiao Hua remained standing still with a bored look on her face. "Can you speed it up a bit? I'll fall asleep before you make a move at this rate." Xiao Hua asked right before she released a big yawn. "Die." When Zhao Hui suddenly appeared behind Zhao Hua, his saber was already millimeters from reaching Xiao Hua's small neck, yet it halted just a hair's breadth away from her neck. "What?" Zhao Hui cried out in astonishment as he realized what stopped his saber. With a mere 2 fingers, Xiao Hua had effortlessly caught the saber by the blade and halted its movements as though it were a scene out of some action movie. In the following moment, without even looking back, Xiao Hua's arm exhibited a fleeting flicker, vanishing and reappearing faster than the blink of an eye. "Ara!" Zhao Hui unleashed a bone-chilling scream as all 4 of his limbs were separated from his body instantaneously with unimaginable pain spread throughout. After Zhao Hui's limbless body fell to the ground, Xiao Hua turned around to look at him with a disappointed look on her face. "I've slumbered for so long that my movements have grown rigid, most displeasing indeed. I cannot afford to show such a shameful performance in his presence," Xiao Hua lamented. "I've decided I'll go back to sleep after I do some stretching." Xiao Hua then extended her finger, directing it towards Zhao Hui, who remained in a state of shock, motionless on the ground. "Get up," Xiao Hua muttered, as she released some of her black aura at Zhao Hui, engulfing his body like flames. In the next moment, a shocking spectacle unfolded as Zhao Hui's body miraculously began to regenerate its lost limb. "What? What did you just do to me?" Zhao Hui screamed in a terrified manner as he crawled backward and away from Xiao Hua. "Be grateful, for this princess has bestowed upon you the privilege of a little more time in this world," Xiao Hua declared with a grim smile on her face. "Nen, no, stay away from me. You monster!" Zhao Hui cried out, his previous combativeness replaced by sheer terror as he gazed upon Xiao Hua as if she were a nightmarish creature. "Don't tell me you're frightened by this impostor. How mundane! If you're not willing to stand and fight, there's little reason to prolong your existence any further," Xiao Hua remarked with an air of disdain. It was in this very moment that Zhao Hui recognized Xiao Hua's face, albeit slightly altered from his recollections. His eyes widened in sheer horror as he stammered, You can't be Asura clan's little Day." Zhao Hui's head suddenly flew off its body before he could finish his sentence. After Zhao Hui's death, a profound and eerie silence enveloped the entire vicinity. I don't think that's Xiao Hua. It can't be her." Lan Yingying suddenly broke the silence. "I'm inclined to agree. The disparity is too striking." Feng Yuxiang concurred with a shared sense of disbelief. Yuan gritted his teeth and began approaching her. "Xiao Hua," he called out to her. Xiao Hua's body trembled slightly after hearing her name. "Who dares utter that name in my presence?" Xiao Hua's voice thundered with wrath as she whirled around to confront Yuan, her aura surging with a tempestuous intensity. "Prepare to endure 1,000 times the torment this insignificant insect just faced." Without any hesitation, Xiao Hua pointed her sword at him. "You don't recognize me?" Yuan swallowed nervously at this possibility. "As if I would remember a weakling like you." Xiao Hua's voice abruptly halted. You. Her eyes were as wide as saucers as she stared at Yuan's face. Chapter 1247, Xiao Hua's Drastic Transformation 2. Xiao Hua's speech faltered as her thoughts raced to formulate her next words. Suddenly, Xiao Hua let out a sharp cry of pain. "Xiao Hua?" Are you all right? Yuan exclaimed with deep concern in his voice. Xiaohua dropped her sword, which dissipated into thin air upon contact with the ground, and she began to stagger, clutching her head in evident distress. "No, wait, not now. Just a few more minutes. There is still something that I must do," Xiaohua exclaimed, her words appearing as if she were in a conversation with herself. She looked at Yuan and extended one of her hands toward him, almost as though she was longing for him. "You, who are you? Why do you look like— Ah!" With one final scream, Xiaohua lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, and her appearance began reverting back to normal. "Xiaohua," Yuan quickly went to pick her up, but there was no response from her. He immediately checked her vitals, sighing in relief upon confirming that she was still alive. "Is she okay?" Shi Meili rushed over when she snapped out of her shock. "Yes, she's just sleeping." Yuan nodded. "Anyways, what in heaven's name just happened?" "Who is Xiaohua?" Shi Meili's body shuddered in fear, just recalling Xiaohua's chilling aura and overbearing presence. Xiaohua is an exile, someone banished from the 9 heavens because of a crime they or someone in their family had committed. In her case, her family had committed some kind of crime and became exiles. If they are banished from the 9 heavens, how is she here, that other guy as well? Shi Meili asked the first question that came to her mind. Because exiles are given a chance at freedom through the Supreme Heaven's legacy. I don't know the details, but if an exile fulfills this legacy, they will be able to get rid of their status as an exile and return to the 9 heavens without being hunted by the entire world. I see her family must have done something unspeakable if someone like that guy was that terrified of her family. Shi Meili sighed as she glanced at Zhao Hui's headless body. Yuan wanted to defend the Asura clan, but after witnessing Xiaohua's aura that reeked of blood, he couldn't utter a word. "Xiaohua's status has been updated." Yuan checked her status after seeing this notification, and to his surprise, her Asura clan techniques and other new information had disappeared, almost as though they were never there in the first place. Just who is Xiaohua, and how is she related to the evil god? He wondered inwardly. "My liege," a voice suddenly echoed in the vicinity. "This voice, is that you, Dong Ye?" Yuan stood up while carrying Xiaohua in his arms. The following moment, Dong Ye appeared before him like a ghost, startling Shi Meili. "What's the matter?" Yuan asked him. Dong Ye looked at the slumbering Xiaohua and asked, "That presence I sensed just now, she must have awakened." Yuan nodded. "That's right. What do you know about it?" "We can speak of this later, my liege. We must leave this place immediately, before the Heaven's Mandate shows up." "Heaven's Mandate? Who are they?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "They are the Celestial Emperor's private army, young master." Feng Yuxiang responded before Dong Ye could. "Oh, you know them?" Yuan asked. "It's impossible not to, especially if you live in the upper heavens. Indeed, and they will, without a doubt, kill her if they see her." Dong Ye said as he glanced at Xiaohua. "Let's get out of here," Yuan quickly said after hearing that Xiaohua's life was in jeopardy. "Understood, by the way, my liege. Should I take care of him?" "It won't take longer than a second." Dong Ye spoke as he looked in the direction of Xiang Lu, who went into hiding after seeing Zhao Hui being killed by Xiaohua. Yuan pondered for a second before shaking his head. "Leave him be, as you wish." "Let me guide you to a secure location," Dong Ye declared, waving his sleeves and enveloping them in a shroud of inky black smoke. After a few seconds, when the smoke dissipated, they vanished like ghosts, including Zhao Hui's corpse and blood. Once Yuan was gone, Zhonglu could finally log out of the game and immediately did so. Because Zhao Hui was his servant, he was unable to log out because he was technically in combat. Several minutes after Yuan's group had departed, a contingent of figures adorned in gleaming silver armor arrived at the scene, each exuding an aura of profound and overwhelming power. An aura that matched the Asura clan had appeared in this location less than 10 minutes ago. One of the soldiers announced, "Are you certain? I can't sense anything, and an aura belonging to the Asura clan wouldn't disappear so quickly." Another doubted this information. The Asura clan has been sealed away for countless years now. If even one of them had managed to escape, there's no way we wouldn't know about it. It must have been an error. I agree, but we still had to do our due diligence. Isn't that the nameless emperor's tomb? What a nostalgic place. I remember coming here right before I joined the Heaven's Mandate, one of the soldiers reminisced. All right, enough fooling around. Let's hurry up and take a look around. We're still in the midst of a crisis with those escaped immortals, after all. The soldiers began inspecting the area, and to nobody's surprise, they couldn't find any solid evidence that someone from the Asura clan was there. As I thought, there's no way someone from the Asura clan would be out here. That would be far more catastrophic than the escaped immortals. The soldiers sighed in relief after they ended their investigation. I would rather catch 100 escaped immortals than deal with a single individual from the Asura clan, especially that crazy bitch. Enough. We're done here. The Heaven's Mandate left the scene shortly after. Chapter 1248, The Secret to Player Yuan's Progression. 1-48, The Secret to Player Yuan's Progression. After logging off the game, Zhang Lu shouted in anger as he tossed the console at the wall, shattering the headpiece. Damn it! Who the fuck was that little girl? How did she manage to butcher Zhao Hui, who claimed to be an immortal, as though he was a mere baby? And why is someone like that with Yuan? Zhang Lu couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed, however. Once he thought about it, it finally made sense why Yuan was progressing so fast when compared to other players, not to mention his tremendous prowess. It must be due to that little girl. She must be the source of his strength. She must be a true immortal while Zhao Hui was a fake fuck. Why is he so fucking lucky? Upon hearing the commotion inside Zhang Lu's room, the servant waiting outside knocked on the door and inquired with a concerned voice, "Is everything all right, young Master Zhang?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Lu responded in a commanding voice, "Summon everyone to the round table immediately. Tell them that I have some new information on player Yuan. Right away." The servant scurried to call the 10 great families. Several hours later, 10 individuals sat around a round table made of white marble. However, 9 of these individuals did not have a physical body and appeared to be projections. The round table consisted of the top player from each of the top 10 legacy families, so prominent individuals such as Fiery Queen and White Lotus were present. "Hey, Zhang Lu, you'd better not be bluffing about having information on player Yuan. I was in the middle of heading to a dungeon," one of them declared in a discontented tone. "I'm more intrigued by your sudden willingness to share information about player Yuan," Fiery Queen remarked. "I doubt he'll share it with us for free," another sneered. "Enough of the pointless chattering, and let's get to the topic." "I want to return to my cultivation as soon as possible," said a bulky man. Zhang Lu then spoke. "I won't charge anyone for this information since I believe we should work together to catch up to player Yuan." "Catch up to player Yuan? Are you out of your mind, Zhang Lu?" retorted another member. "I may not know his exact cultivation level, but I'm well aware that he possesses treasures beyond our reach for years to come." "It might sound preposterous at the moment, but what if I were to tell you that I've uncovered the secret to player Yuan's inexplicable growth and formidable strength?" Zhang Lu spoke with a solemn expression. "You what?" The revelation left everyone at the round table utterly stunned. "Are you for real, Zhang Lu? You better not be pulling my fucking legs." Fiery Queen stood up and slammed the desk. The sound of her smacking her own table would resound through her speaker, but the actual table remained unmoving. "The secret to Yuan's strength," Bai Lihua muttered with a slight frown on her face as she continued. "How can we even trust this information?" Zhang Lu glanced at her and said, "Because I witnessed it with my own eyes. You met with Yuan." "Yes, in the third heaven. If you're serious, then don't keep us in suspense, Zhang Lu." The others, understandably impatient, were eager to hear the details of this potentially monumental discovery. Zhang Lu nodded and proceeded to ask them, "Before I tell you his secret, I have a question for all of you. Do you know what an exile is?" "Are you asking us for the definition? Be more clear." Zhang Lu shook his head and said, "No, I'm talking in the context of Cultivation Online. There are certain individuals in that world that are known as exiles. Do you know about them? A few individuals there had subtle movements on their faces after Zhonglu's clarification, yet none of them responded to his question. Zhonglu noticed this and sneered. So a few of you in here are already aware of their existence. Don't worry, I'm not going to blame you for wanting to keep their existence to yourself, as they are the key to progressing fast in Cultivation Online. And there's no point to keep it to yourself any longer, since I will be exposing them to everyone today. What? What on earth are you talking about? What are these exiles? Fiery Queen demanded, her curiosity piqued. Someone who wasn't Jiang, Lu suddenly responded. There are powerful NPCs within Cultivation Online that carry a legacy known as the Supreme Heaven's Legacy. These individuals are essentially criminals that had been banished to the primordial realm, hence why they are called exiles. In exchange for helping them complete their legacy, which grants them freedom, they will assist you in many ways, such as granting you knowledge and techniques that aren't accessible elsewhere, and protecting you from harm, like a guardian angel. These exiles are very powerful and are usually immortal cultivators, so they have many priceless knowledge and techniques that will greatly assist your progression in Cultivation Online. If you have an exile by your side, you will, without a doubt, progress countless times faster than those without one. The only downside is that you'll be hunted by other NPCs if they find out you're working with an exile. And since they are criminals, they have questionable morals and will do nasty things that you need to turn a blind eye to if you want their help. The room fell dead silent afterward. Those who did not know about the existence of exiles until today tried their best to digest the information, while those who are already aware of their existence pondered about their own exiles. Eventually, someone there broke the silence. Xiang Lu, are you trying to tell us that player Yuan's secret is that he has an exile by his side? If so, I'd already come to that conclusion when I met mine. Me too, however. That still doesn't make any sense. I also have an exile by my side, but I still can't seem to catch up to him, though. I only met my exile about a month ago, so that might be the real reason why I'm still behind. Chen Huacheng, you sly bastard. How could you keep this information to yourself? Aren't we in the same alliance? Fiery Queen gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling left out. Don't give me that crap. If you were in my shoes, you would have done the same thing. Chen Huacheng sneered. Chapter 1-49, Working Together. 1249, Working Together. So how many of us here are being accompanied by an exile? Chen Huacheng asked them before raising his own hand, and he continued, I met mine a month ago, and my progress has skyrocketed since then. 3 more individuals there raised their hands. Wilson Jr., Zheng Yanwu, and Guban Chao, huh? Fiery Queen named these 3. Xiang Lu, you don't have an exile? Chen Huacheng asked him. Nan. No. Xiang Lu hesitated, unable to divulge the grim truth that his exile had already met their demise at Yuan's hands, as he was certain that they would make him into a laughingstock for such a blunder. So, 4 out of 10 of us have an exile, huh? This makes me wonder just how many more players out there are receiving assistance from them, mused Zheng Yanwu, a young man with a scholarly appearance. Wait, how does one even acquire an exile? Fiery Queen suddenly asked. She turned to look at the 4 with an exile and continued, How did you guys meet yours? Is there a specific location where you meet them? As far as I am aware, they don't have any specific locations or triggers. They are scattered about in the 9 heavens, so it's entirely up to fate whether you encounter one or not, kind of like hidden quests, Wilson Jr. said, and he continued, I encountered my exile in 2nd heaven about 3 months ago during a quest. I also encountered mine randomly while adventuring in 3rd heaven. Guban Cao added, Same here. Chen Huacheng chimed in, Damn it, there must be some kind of pattern or method to encounter them. Queen Fiery exclaimed in frustration, her desire for an exile's assistance burning within her. At this rate, I'll end up lagging behind everyone, even to some nobody who lucked out with an encounter like player Yuan. Fiery Queen's concerns were shared by those without an exile. It was becoming increasingly evident that having an exile's assistance was pivotal to their success in Cultivation Online, and the disparity between those with and without an exile would only widen as time passed. Now that I think about it, player Yuan received a divine-grade servant even before the second heaven was unlocked. It's no wonder that his progression was so much faster than the rest of us. That bastard's had help from an exile from the start since first heaven. Li Hongzhi, who did not have an exile, exclaimed in vexation. Zhang Lu then spoke. Not just that. His exile was terrifyingly powerful. I watched her slay a peak spirit king without breaking a sweat. It was like watching an adult messing around with a damn toy. I have never seen anyone that dreadful before. The room fell silent for a moment until someone said, "Anyways, what do you want us to do with this information?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Lu spoke in a cold voice. "His exile may be powerful, but I doubt she's strong enough to handle multiple exiles at once. If we group up and kill the exile, player Yuan's progression will definitely come to a halt, and we'll no longer have to worry about him. He's useless without the exile." "What? That's unacceptable. I refuse to be a part of this cowardly nonsense," Bai Lihua declared as she stood up, her face filled with anger. Zhang Lu looked at her and sneered in disdain. "Why? Because you're screwing him? What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Bai Lihua's brow furrowed deeply, her gaze oozing with killing intent. "Did you think we wouldn't find out about what happened between your Bai family and the Zheng family? I wouldn't be surprised if you had offered your body to him for his services. Why else would he bother paying attention to the Bai family?" "You utter bastard, Zhang Lu! How dare you slander me with that load of crap? It's clear you're just bitter because Yuan knocked you off your high horse, and your desire to gang up on him is nothing but a testament to your own inadequacy. You're nothing more than a damn coward and a sore loser." Bai Lihua seethed with rage, her words dripping with contempt. "You dare mock me? I've been #1 even before you started playing your first game, White Lotus. Do you think he's beaten me just because he got a little lucky with an exile?" "Delusional," Zhang Lu roared back, his heart filled with rage. "Delusional or not, it's still a fact that Yuan's above you in Cultivation Online and in real life. You're just in denial. Fuck. Don't you let me see you in the game? I swear I will make you regret mocking me, White Lotus, you fucking bitch." "Calm down, both of you," the others intervened, attempting to diffuse the escalating tension in the room. If you want to group up and fight Yuan, go ahead. I won't be part of it. In fact, even if everyone here gangs up on him, you won't win. Goodbye." Without saying another word, Bai Lihua's avatar disappeared from the room. After Bai Lihua left, the room descended into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the audible sound of Zhang Lu's labored breathing. "I won't waste any more of my breath. If you don't want to work with me to deal with player Yuan, you may get out of my sight right now. However, just know that you will never receive the Zhang family's support ever again if you refuse to help." The others swallowed nervously in the wake of his ominous words. Although they might not have appeared particularly significant on the surface, the Zhang family held a formidable and influential position in the world, maintaining their coveted rank at the pinnacle of the legacy rankings for well over a century. They were definitely a powerhouse that one cannot afford to offend. When nobody left the room even after a whole minute, Zhang Lu sat back down and nodded. "Good. Then let us begin." "Wait a moment." Fiery Queen suddenly interrupted. "What is it?" Zhang Lu glared at her. "What should we do with White Lotus? She knows of our plans and will definitely snitch to player Yuan. I'm sure she will do just that, but there's no need to worry. Even if she does tell player Yuan about our plans, they won't know when or how it will happen, and player Yuan will have to constantly watch his back." Zhang Lu said. "If you say so." Fiery Queen nodded. Chapter 1250. The plan to take down player Yuan, 1250. The plan to take down player Yuan, Zheng Yanwu asked Xiang Lu. "I do, and it's very simple." Xiang Lu nodded, and he continued. "We will gather as many exiles as we can and work together to deal with player Yuan." Wilson Jr. let out a sigh. "While that might sound straightforward, you don't have an exile, do you?" So you might not be aware that exiles don't typically cooperate with one another. Junior is right, Zhang Lu. Gu Banqiao agreed. Exiles won't work with other exiles. Do you know why? Because only one exile may complete the Supreme Heaven's legacy. There's no reason for them to help each other. In fact, they rather kill each other to lessen the competition. What the hell? If that's the case, they will never work with each other. Fiery Queen exclaimed. What's our plan now, Zhang Lu? The plan remains. Zhang Lu calmly replied. Huh. Didn't you hear what I just said? Wilson Jr. frowned, and he repeated, Exiles won't work with each other. It's the last thing they'll do. I heard what you said. They won't collaborate with each other because they're rivals, correct? Zhang Lu inquired with a grave expression. But what if there were an exile capable of threatening them all? Won't they work with each other to deal with that threat? Despite his lack of knowledge about the Asura clan, Zhang Lu could discern that Xiao Hua was a formidable presence solely by observing Zhao Hui's extreme reaction to her presence. An exile capable of threatening them all? Where did you get such information? Fiery Queen asked. I witnessed her effortlessly slaughter a peak spirit king as if it were child's play, Zhang Lu recounted, his tone carrying a weight of awe and dread. The others swallowed nervously upon seeing his frightened expression, this being their first time seeing such an emotion from Zhang Lu. So what if this exile is a little strong? I doubt it will make the others work together. Gu Banqiao sighed. Tell your exiles that this particular exile is from the Asura clan and see how they react. If they show even the slightest hint of fear, ask them if they would be willing to work with others to take her down. We can't postpone the meeting until you have received an answer, Zhang Lu said. Asura clan? Who are they? Someone asked. I don't know. Zhang Lu shook his head. All right, I will speak with my exile now. I'll be back soon, Wilson Jr. said before disappearing from the room. The others with an exile followed suit. For those without an exile, I think I can help you find one, Zhang Lu said to them. What? Is that true? Fiery Queen exclaimed in excitement. Zhang Lu nodded and continued. Exiles have a unique aura to them, so we can let those who already have an exile search for them. Once they find an exile, those without one can try and make a contract with them. Seriously? Will that really work? Everyone swallowed nervously. We won't know until we try it, but it's theoretically possible. We'll know soon enough. While Zhang Lu and the others waited for those who left to speak with their exile to return, Bai Lihua tried to contact Yuan. Unsurprisingly, Yuan did not respond, so Bai Lihua called the Demon Sealing faction instead. This is the Demon Sealing faction. Who am I speaking to? A mature voice resounded from the other end of Bai Lihua's phone. I am Bai Lihua from Eternal Lotuses, and I need to speak with Yuan immediately. Oh, Miss Bai, I have heard about you. I am Meifeng, the head caretaker. Unfortunately, Yuan is occupied with Cultivation Online. He has been for the past 6 months, though he should be returning soon. If you have a message, I can pass it on to him for you. I wanted to warn him about the 10 great families. They have decided to work together to fight Yuan, and they will be going after his exile. Bai Lihua said. 10 great families, huh? What a nuisance, Meifeng muttered with a heavy sigh, and she continued, Thank you for letting me know, Miss Bai. I will let Yuan know when he comes back. Considering Yuan's strength, I may be pointlessly worrying about this, but the 10 great families are not to be trifled with. Bai Lihua sighed. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online, Wilson Jr. asked his exile, who was a skinny man with a murderous aura. That's the gist of it, Wu Wenjun. You want me to work with other exiles? Fuck no, I'd rather kill all of them. No, I will kill any exile I see, Wu Wenjun declared in disdain. Wilson Jr. frowned slightly before uttering the magic words that Zhang Lu taught him. What do you know of the Asura clan? What did you just say? A look of sheer terror instantly washed over Wu Wenjun's face upon hearing the name of the Asura clan. Seriously? It works? Just what the hell is this Asura clan? Wilson Jr. was taken aback when he witnessed Wu Wenjun's terrified face. as he had never seen him display such intense emotions before. "Junior, where in heaven did you hear that name?" Wu Wenjun inquired urgently. "I heard it from a friend, and there is an exile out there that is from this Asura family," Wilson Jr. explained. No, that's impossible!" Wu Wenjun exclaimed with a look of disbelief. "There's no way the Asura clan would be allowed to partake in the Supreme Heaven's legacy. In fact, they have been barred from participating since the first day they were banished. Unfortunately, my friend encountered this exile from the Asura clan, and she was extremely powerful. Hence why he wants to gather exiles to fight her together. Is it really possible for the Asura clan to partake in the Supreme Heaven's legacy? I've been out of the primordial realm for 10,000 years, so things could have changed since then," Wu Wenjun mumbled to himself with a solemn expression. "If that's indeed the situation, then it's imperative that we unite to eliminate them first, or else the Asura clan will annihilate every last one of us." Chapter 1251, Massive Recruitment. "You want me to team up with other exiles to deal with a single exile? Ha ha ha! Are you messing with me, Zheng Yanwu?" Zheng Yanwu's exile, a stout middle-aged man, erupted in laughter at the absurdity of the suggestion. "Let me finish, Xie Jin. She's not just any exile, she's an exile from the Asura clan." Zheng Yanwu said the magic words. Xie Jin's laughter abruptly ceased, and his face froze, overtaken by a profound and visceral terror. Asura clan? You want me to fight someone from the Asura clan? Are you completely out of your mind? I'd sooner devour my own tongue than meddle with those monsters, Xie Jin exclaimed, his voice quivering with dread. "Is this Asura clan really that terrifying? I've only learned about them from a friend." Zhang Yanwu frowned. "Are you seriously proposing that we take on the Asura clan when you know absolutely nothing about them?" Xie Jin retorted incredulously. "The Asura clan was once one of the most notorious powerhouses in the 9 heavens. They aligned themselves with the evil god and massacred countless cultivators, ultimately even killing the celestial emperor himself. Because of their crimes, their entire clan was banished to the primordial realm for the rest of their lives," Xie Jin explained with a tone of gravity, providing context about the Asura clan's dark history, and he continued, "Even 100 of us would not be able to defeat one of them, much less a dozen of us." Zhang Yanwu was inclined to believe that Xie Jin might be exaggerating and responded, "Even if that's the case, their powers should be restricted as an exile. You clearly know nothing about them. What's terrifying about the Asura clan isn't just their power, it's their very nature." Xie Jin sighed in a defeated manner, emphasizing the sinister essence that made the Asura clan so fearsome. "They are a bunch of crazy bastards that wouldn't hesitate to torture your entire family if you accidentally bump into them. In any case, I strongly recommend against getting involved in this endeavor, unless you have a desire for a gruesome demise," Xie Jin warned with utmost seriousness. Zheng Yanwu lapsed into silence upon witnessing Xie Jin's strong reluctance to join their campaign against Yuan's exile. Xie Jin was known for his ruthlessness, even willing to slaughter innocent bystanders without hesitation. Yet his unwavering determination to avoid the Asura clan was a revelation that left him astounded. "Fine, if you don't want to join, I won't pressure you. But I'm going to be a part of this even if I have to go alone. That scoundrel Yuan, he murdered my cousin and wreaked havoc in my family. I won't let him go unpunished," Zheng Yanwu declared with determination. Following Yuan's intervention in the conflict between Bai Lihua and Zheng Weimin, the Bai family and the Zheng family became sworn enemies. Furthermore, the Zheng family, which was ranked 5th in the legacy ranking before the drama occurred, was dropped to the 8th place, slapping their faces even further. "You stubborn fool," Xie Jin shook his head and thought, "I will probably have to start looking for a new master soon." Several cities away, Gu Bantiao was having a similar conversation with his exile, who was a pretty lady. "Since we don't know if this exile is truly from the Asura family or not, I won't make a decision until I see her myself. However, until then, I'll cooperate with you and the other exiles, and in exchange for my cooperation, you'll let me have some fun later without any complaints." Gu Bangqiao shivered upon hearing her words, sensing a deeper and more ominous implication beneath their surface. "Fine, just don't kill too many people," he sighed. Sometime later, everyone gathered at the round table. "How did it go?" "Did you guys manage to convince your exiles to cooperate with each other?" Xianglu asked them. "My exile is willing to cooperate," Wilson Jr. said. "My exile refused to give an answer until she saw the target for herself," said Gu Bangqiao. "Well, my exile has outright refused to cooperate. He wants nothing to do with the Asura clan, or so he said." Zheng Yanwu sighed, and he continued, "But I will continue trying to convince him. Even if he doesn't cooperate, I will do whatever I can to help." "I understand. I'm sure those who are unwilling to cooperate will change their mind once we gather more forces," Zhonglu said, and he continued, "Now, on to the next matter. Wilson Jr., Zheng Yanwu, Gu Bangqiao, I have a crucial mission for the three of you. I want you to use your own exiles to seek out other exiles. If that exile doesn't have a master, inform us so those without an exile can have an opportunity to acquire one. If they already have a master, I want you to recruit them, no matter the cost. Using our exile to look for other exiles? Huh. This is pretty genius," Wilson Jr. muttered. "How much time are we going to use to prepare for this whole campaign?" Zheng Yanwu asked. "As much time as we need. But that does not mean we should take our time. If we take too long and Player Yuan reaches a point where we cannot defeat him even if we work together, we'll be screwed. If time is of the essence, we can use the 10 great families' power and influence. If we make an announcement about this, we should get a few recruits. Things will definitely progress much faster this way," Gu Bangqiao suggested. Shang Lu nodded in agreement. "That's a sound plan. I'm certain the knowledge of exiles will become public eventually. We should leverage our influence to recruit them before it becomes common knowledge," he concurred. Thus, the following day, 9 of the 10 great families came together and collaborated with each other in a single, massive recruitment, something that had never been done before. They announced that they were recruiting players with an exile, offering immense benefits, such as fame, wealth, and power, something the 10 great families were fully capable of fulfilling. However, they did not elaborate on the existence of exiles, so their announcement also puzzled countless players. Chapter 122 Massive Recruitment 2 Within minutes of the 10 great families' recruitment announcement, hundreds of players began commenting on it, and word spread like wildfire through the mouths of tens of thousands of individuals. "Hey, did you see the latest post on Cultivation Online's forum?" "Not yet. What does it say?" "You probably won't believe it until you see it yourself, but the 10 great families have joined forces for a recruitment drive. The 10 great families are working together now. That's something you don't hear every day. In fact, this might be a first. What kind of recruitment is it?" "I'm not exactly sure. They mentioned something about exiles, but I've never heard of this term until today. Let me check it out real quick." The recruitment post shared by the 10 great families on the forums was an attention-grabbing declaration. "We are in search of exceptional players who boast the rare privilege of having an exile as their companion for a unique and monumental quest. If you are among the fortunate few, we extend an exclusive invitation to join hands with us, the 10 great families. For those who are successfully recruited, a treasure trove of rewards awaits. First and foremost, you will be granted the privilege of selecting a coveted heaven-grade treasure of your choosing, a testament to our commitment to your prosperity. But that's not all. You will also receive an upfront payment of $5 million to further your personal endeavors. Upon the successful completion of our quest, you will be entitled to an additional $10 million as a token of our appreciation for your unwavering dedication. Moreover, your association with the 10 great families extends beyond mere material benefits. You and your family will receive official recognition as our valued associates, opening doors to a future of boundless opportunities and security under our patronage. Your success will be our success, and your ambitions will become our shared goals. Join us now and embark on a journey that will not only reshape your destiny, but will also lay the foundation for a legacy that will endure through the ages. The 10 great families awaits you with open arms and unparalleled promises. Approved and collaborated by Xiong family, Wilson family, Chen family, Li family, Zheng family, Huang family, Harris family, Gu family, and Walker's family. The recruitment notice posted on the Seong family's official account carried the signatures of all the other families, confirming its undeniable legitimacy. Holy shit. These rewards are insane. Heaven-grade treasure. $15 million, and arguably the most valuable reward that 10 great families' recognition and support. The enticing rewards offered by the 10 great families triggered a flood of inquiries from Cultivation Online players. However, a significant portion of these individuals had no understanding of what an exile was, and as a result, they were swiftly disregarded. There were some who tried to fake having an exile, but they were also quickly rooted out with a few questions that only those with an exile would know. As the day drew to a close, Zhang Lu assessed the number of players who might possess an exile and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. 26 players, and it's only the first day, Zhang Lu remarked with a sense of anticipation for the days ahead. Over the course of the next several days, hundreds of thousands of players reached out to the 10 great families. By the week's end, a rigorous screening process had narrowed the field down to 81 players who had successfully passed all initial inquiries and were now eagerly awaiting their in-person interviews. 81 players, even if only half of them have an exile, it's still a lot. Zhang Lu's hands trembled in excitement as he saw the numbers. "We can do it! We can take down Yuan! I cannot wait to see how useless you'll become without your exile, Yuan! Ha 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 ha!" Zhang Lu couldn't hold his excitement and started laughing out loud. Meanwhile, inside the Demon Sealing faction's headquarters, a meeting was in session, attended by all of its members except for Yuan. "This is about the 10 great families' recent movements, correct?" Wang Ming asked as he looked at Maifeng, who called for the gathering. "Indeed. I don't know what this exile business is about, but I do know that it's related to Yuan," she acknowledged. "I've never heard of it either." "What about you guys?" Shilang asked everyone there. Everyone besides Chu Liuxiang and Mishu shook their heads. "Allow me to explain." Mishu raised her hand and said, "In Cultivation Online, there are these people known as an exile. They are essentially criminals that had been banished from the 9 heavens because of a crime they or their family had committed. Exiles possess something known as the Supreme Heaven's Legacy. I'm not privy to the specifics, but it's a means for them to regain their freedom. One of Yuan's companions, Xiaohua, happens to be in exile. So the 10 great families are gathering these exiles, but for what purpose?" Wang Bingbing inquired. Maifeng then revealed, "I had initially intended to wait for Yuan's return to share this information, but it appears that the 10 great families are specifically targeting Yuan and his exile." "What? These dirty bastards are working together to target Yuan? Unacceptable." Wang Ming slammed the table in anger. "Honestly, I've been anticipating their move, and it took them longer than I expected," Hong Xiuquan remarked. "However, I didn't anticipate them collaborating, given their historical rivalry," he added. "That just goes to show how much of a threat Yuan poses to them, particularly in terms of their legacy ranking." Shi Murong shrugged. "What should we do? We can't simply stand by and allow the 10 great families to target Yuan," Chu Liuxiang inquired with a slight frown on her face. "Do we truly need to take action? After all, this is Yuan we're discussing," Li Jinshi stated and went on. "He's already attained a level that's beyond our comprehension. I doubt even the 10 great families, if they amass their forces, could pose any real threat to him." "That's a valid point. No one could dispute Li Jinshi's assessment, and a contemplative silence filled the room. Chapter 153, God Ascension Realm. While I share the belief that Yuan can handle the 10 great families even if they unite, I also feel that we should make an effort to support him. After all, we're all members of the same faction. We can't simply stand idle while our leader is under threat," Wang Ming said. "I concur with that sentiment, but the question is, what should our course of action be?" Hong Xiuquan inquired. A heavy silence settled over the room as those present contemplated potential strategies. Ji Murong was the first to speak out. "The 10 great families are recruiting exiles, right? What if we infiltrate them and mess with them from the inside?" "Huh. Don't we actually need an exile to do such a thing? Wang Bingbing said. Well, I was thinking that one of us could pretend to be an exile, especially since one can't the difference between an NPC and a player at a glance. I'm sure they will have some kind of verification in place to prevent such incidents, Wu Zhao said. Mei Shu nodded in agreement and added, Wu Zhao is correct. Exiles emit a distinctive aura, making it relatively easy to discern whether someone is an exile or not based on their aura alone. Oh, in that case, forget my suggestion, Shi Murong sighed in defeat. How powerful are exiles? I mean, what's stopping us from attacking them first? Shi Lang suddenly asked. I think their powers vary, but since they have all lived a long time, there's a good chance that most of them are quite powerful, and at our level, we'll only be digging our own graves if we even attempt to ambush them. Mixu shook her head. Damn it! Is there truly nothing we can do to stop the 10 Great Families' plot? Wang Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. Meifeng then spoke. I understand all of your desires to help Yuan, but at the end of the day, we should wait for his response before we get ahead of ourselves. Speaking of Yuan, when's he coming back out? It's already been half a year since he entered the Nameless Emperor's tomb, correct? Wang Bingbing asked. He's probably caught up in something like he usually does. Chu Liusheng shrugged, and she continued, though I doubt it'll be much longer before he returns. Then let's give Yuan another week to return before we make any decision, Meifeng said. All right, the members all agreed. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online, Dongye brought Yuan and his group to a secluded location nestled amidst an expansive mountain range. Welcome to my humble estate, my liege, Dongye said as they approached a wooden cabin that he'd personally built. You are living here? Yuan asked out of curiosity. I'm always traveling, so I only come here when I take a break or need to do something in peace. There's also a concealment formation surrounding this area, so you don't need to worry about anything while you're in here. Once they were inside the building, Yuan carefully laid Xiao Hua, who was still unconscious, on the bed. So, are you going to tell me about what happened to Xiao Hua, or is this still against my own command? Yuan looked at Dongye, who could only stand there with a bittersweet smile. As much as I desire to clarify matters for my liege, I'm afraid I can't divulge any information about her, as it might influence your fate. Nevertheless, if you inquire about it when she awakens and she chooses to reveal it, I'll be in a better position to provide additional details based on the circumstances, Dongye explained. I thought so, Yuan sighed. Hey, Yuan, who's that old man? I can feel an otherworldly aura coming from him, Shimei whispered to him. He's a follower from my past life. The evil god, to be precise. I see so. He must be very powerful. Well, he's almost a cultivation god, so I guess you can say that, Yuan nonchalantly revealed, dropping a bombshell of information. What? Cultivation god? Shimei exclaimed in a voice filled with astonishment and disbelief. Unfortunately, this humble one is only at the 7th level of God Ascension realm. I am nowhere near being a cultivation god, and I highly doubt I will be able to achieve it in this life. Dongye shook his head in a dejected manner. That's merely 3 levels away from a cultivation god, the highest known cultivation realm, Shimei remarked, her astonishment growing by the moment. While these 3 levels may seem close to each other, each level in the God Ascension realm is so vastly distant from each other that it can only be traversed by those with extreme talents, and no amount of hard work or treasure will help you fill that gap. Dongye lamented with a sigh, emphasizing the immense chasm between these cultivation stages. Let's put it this way. If I wanted to defeat someone at the 8th level of God Ascension, I'd have to clone myself at least a dozen times and rely on extraordinary luck just to stand a chance, Dongye elaborated, causing Jimei to swallow nervously. Jimei then turned to look at Yuan and asked him, What cultivation were you in your past lives? I don't know, he shrugged. My liege has managed to reach cultivation god in the majority of his lives, Dongye said. The majority? So there are times when he didn't? Shimei found this quite interesting. Dongye nodded and explained. Indeed, but it wasn't due to a lack of talent, as my liege's talent only increases with every reincarnation, so he didn't reach Cultivation God by choice. That's even more puzzling. Why not? Unfortunately, I cannot divulge any more, as I was commanded by my liege's incarnation to not reveal too much, as it could affect his fate. Is that so? Then I have another question. How are you able to stay in this realm at that level of cultivation? Doesn't it get increasingly harder to go to the lower realms the higher your cultivation? Indeed, but when you've been doing it for millions of years like I have, you're bound to pick up a trick or two to make things a bit easier. Dong Ye chuckled, almost boasting of his ability to defy the laws of the 9 heavens through his extensive experience. Chapter 120-54 Ancient Seals Whereabouts. Xiao Hua remained in her slumber for several days, during which time Yuan silently cultivated beside her. Even though his cultivation had reached its limit, Yuan continued to refine his understanding of his techniques, seeking further mastery. Jimeli, on the other hand, spent most of her time outside the cabin, relishing the fresh air and finding fascination in even the minutest details of her surroundings. As for Dong Yi, he disappeared somewhere at the end of the week. Xiao Hua slowly opened her eyes, feeling as though she had just emerged from a long hibernation. "Brother Yuan?" she muttered for him in a low voice the moment she saw his handsome face beside her. Yuan promptly ceased his cultivation upon hearing her voice and turned his attention to her. "Are you all right, Xiao Hua? How do you feel?" he inquired with concern. Xiao Hua gradually sat up on the bed and replied, "My head feels a bit strange, but I'm fine. Do you remember what happened before you lost consciousness?" Yuan inquired further. Xiao Hua closed her eyes and made an effort to recollect the events that occurred after she released her seal. After a moment of silence, she shook her head and said, "It's a blank. I don't remember anything that happened after I undid the seal." She turned to look at him and asked, with a hint of worry in her gaze, "What happened to me, Brother Yuan? Did I do something bad?" "I wouldn't call it bad, since you merely defeated your opponent. Who was the bad guy in that situation?" "Is that so?" Xiao Hua seemed a little bit more relieved after hearing his words. The room filled with awkward silence when neither of them spoke any further. A moment later, Xiao Hua broke the silence by asking him, "Brother Yuan, are you not going to ask me about what happened?" Yuan smiled and said, "No, because I know that you'll tell me whenever you're ready." Xiao Hua's face flushed a little after hearing such words. Xiao Hua then lowered her head to the extent that Yuan could no longer discern her expression, and then she divulged, "There's another person residing within me. Sealed, to be precise. She's a formidable cultivator who possesses unfathomable prowess. At least, this is what my father told me." "Your father, the patriarch of the Asura clan?" Yuan inquired. Xiao Hua nodded in confirmation. "Yes, he imparted numerous teachings to me before I departed the primordial realm for the Supreme Heaven's legacy. He told me that if I ever found myself in peril or required aid, I could awaken the individual sealed within me and depend on her for assistance. Each time I release her, I transform into a different person and unleash chaos. This is why I've been hesitant to awaken her. However, I did not want to lose to that guy and become a burden to Brother Yuan, so I requested for her help." Xiao Hua admitted, after a slight pause. She continued, "If Brother Yuan doesn't like the other Xiao Hua, I will never wake her up again." Yuan contemplated for a moment before responding. While the drastic shift in personality was certainly surprising, and her initial impression was rather memorable, I can't claim to dislike her without knowing more about her. "She's an expert, right? I bet we can even learn a thing or two from her. You really don't mind her, Brother Yuan?" Xiao Hua looked at him with slightly widened eyes. When she was still in the primordial realm, everyone would flee in terror after encountering her other identity. Yuan nodded to confirm. "I don't mind her at all right now. I'll start worrying if she turns out to be a bad person, though." Xiao Hua acknowledged, feeling as though an invisible burden had been alleviated from her shoulders. Meanwhile, above the cabin, Dongya had been listening to Xiao Hua's words, "Another person sealed within her, huh?" While not entirely accurate, It's not completely wrong, either, he mumbled with a mysterious smile on his face. Dong Yi returned to the cabin after some time. "My liege, what are your plans now that you've explored the nameless emperor's tomb?" he inquired. "I'm planning to visit the Tian family. They must be concerned since I haven't returned to them as promised after our exploration," Yuan responded. "I understand. In that case, I'll lead you to the nearest city with a teleporter," Dong Ye replied. "Before you do that, I have a favor to ask of you," Yuan said. "Whatever you ask, my liege, I shall execute it without fail," Dong Ye pledged. "This might be a difficult task, but I want you to attempt to uncover who possesses the 4 ancient seals necessary to open the primordial realm," Yuan requested. He continued, "I'm aware that they convene every decade, but the exact time and location remain unknown to me. Naturally, I don't intend on waiting for their gathering, so I am contemplating locating them before their next gathering." "Brother Yuan?" Xiaohua gazed at him with a perplexed and astonished expression. "The ancient seals, huh? Are you planning to visit the primordial realm, my liege?" Dong Ye inquired. "Would that be a problem?" Yuan questioned, his eyebrows raised. "No, none at all. I just wanted to confirm your intentions. In any case, there are 4 ancient seals in total, each in possession of one of the 4 ancient families. However, the precise holders of these seals remain unknown," Dong Ye explained, and he continued, "While I'm unaware of the whereabouts of 3 of these seals, I happen to know that one of them currently resides in this world, the 3rd heaven." "Really?" Yuan was pleasantly surprised to hear this, and he asked, "Do you also happen to know the holder?" Dong Ye nodded, confirming. "I do. Liang Shousheng. He's the retired patriarch of the Azure Dragon family." "Wait a second. Azure Dragon family?" Yuan doubted his ears for a moment. Shimeli, who had just re-entered the cabin, reacted with anger and shock upon hearing their name. "What? The Azure Dragon family exists out here as well?" Chapter 155. Returning to the Tian family. Returning to the Tian family, the Azure Dragon family. "What are they doing in the outside world?" Shimeli asked, her expression filled with disbelief as she turned to Dong Yi for answers. Dong Yi wore a puzzled expression. "I don't understand." Yuan cleared his throat and began to explain the situation, recounting what had transpired between the Shi family and the Azure Dragon family. "I understand the situation now." "Thank you, my liege," Dong Ye acknowledged. "To answer your question, no, they are not the same Azure Dragon family as the one you encountered." Zimeli remained suspicious. "Really? Are you sure?" "Of course, the Azure Dragon family I'm referring to consists of only half-dragons. They might share a similar bloodline, but that's the extent of their connection," Dong Ye explained. "A similar bloodline?" Shimeli raised an eyebrow. Dong Yi nodded and continued. "It's not as if the entire dragon race entered the ancient dragon city. The Azure Dragon family is a large clan, and they left some of their own people behind the current Azure Dragon family. In fact, if I recall correctly, there's also a Ji family out here." Dong Yi added, "Eh?" Jimeli's eyes widened with surprise upon learning this information. "Where?" she then asked. "5th heaven? Is that so?" Jimeli muttered with a pondering face. "Where is this Liang Shousheng at the moment?" Yuan inquired. "Unfortunately, I don't have the answer at the moment. But rest assured, my liege, I will locate him for you," Dong Ye assured him. "Thank you." "Then whenever you are ready to leave." Dong Ye said, "I am ready to leave now." "Then, if you'll excuse me," Dong Ye waved his sleeves, and in the blink of an eye their scenery changed. Before Yuan knew it, he was no longer inside the wooden cabin, but right outside an unknown city. "This humble servant will contact you when I find Liang Shousheng, my liege. Until then," Dong Ye disappeared like a ghost afterward. "The God Ascension realm is truly something," Shimeli muttered in a daze. Brother Yuan Xiaohua, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly called out to him. "Yes," he looked at her. "You want to open the primordial realm? Why?" she asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "Honestly, I'm not too sure myself. However, I have this feeling that I need to meet the Asura clan, as they are connected with the evil god, my past. Furthermore, your family is there, Xiaohua. Unless you don't want me to go." Xiaohua shook her head. "That's not it. If Brother Yuan wants to visit the primordial realm, I will support it. Thank you, Xiaohua." Yuan and his group entered the city shortly after, arriving at the teleporter about an hour later. Sometime later, Yuan returned to Tian Chenyu's home. Before approaching the home, Yuan turned to look at Shi Meili and asked her, "Do you want to look around the city? I have some business with the family here, and things might get a little chaotic. Are they your enemy?" Shi Meili cracked her knuckles with a fighting spirit. "No, they're friends. Since I don't know them, I'll take a look around the city until you are done instead. Will it take long?" "I don't believe so," Yuan replied, then said, "Feng Feng, can you accompany her just in case?" Feng Yuxiang sighed but agreed, I don't want to babysit her, but if the young master wants me to do so, I will." "Thank you." Since they would be traveling together, Yuan hoped to improve Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili's relationship. While they didn't have any issues with each other, the inherent differences in their natures as a phoenix and a dragon naturally made things awkward between them. After Feng Yuxiang left with Shi Meili, Yuan took a deep breath and approached the Tian family. He knocked on their gates and waited. The gates opened a moment later, revealing a familiar old lady who immediately recognized Yuan. She exclaimed, You are." "Hello," Yuan greeted her with a calm smile. "You're actually alive. What took you so long to come back? Do you have any idea what the young lady has been through recently because of you?" The old lady suddenly scolded him without hesitation. "I am truly sorry, but something happened within the nameless emperor's tomb, delaying my return." Yuan apologized, and he continued by asking, "Is Miss Yanyu here right now?" "Who are you talking to?" Another familiar voice suddenly resounded from inside the house. "Mistress." The old lady moved away from the door so Tian Suyen could see Yuan's face. Tian Suyen's face froze for a moment, but then she started trembling in anger. She exclaimed, "You bastard! You still have the guts to show your face around here. Why couldn't you have continued being missing?" Despite her harsh words, Tian Suyen had also been worried about his well-being for the past week, so her anger was mixed with relief. "I apologize for returning so late," Yuan said sincerely. "I was stuck in the nameless emperor's tomb and couldn't return until now." "He was trapped inside the tomb?" That silly girl was actually right. Tian Suyen was in disbelief after realizing that Tian Yanyu had proved her wrong after snapping out of her daze. Tian Suyen cleared her throat and said to him in a calming voice, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come inside before I close the gates on you." Yuan didn't say anything else and entered the residence before following Tian Suyen. "Do you have any idea how worried you made my daughter? She's been depressed since we returned." Tian Suyen suddenly said. "Sorry." Yuan didn't know what else to say, and could only apologize again. He also noticed that they were heading to Tian Yanyu's room. Sometime later, they arrived at Tian Yanyu's room. "I'll be in the lobby," Tian Suyen said, and without saying anything else, she turned around and walked away. Yuan took a deep breath as he stood in front of Tian Yanyu's door, preparing to knock. However, just as he was about to knock, his movements halted when he heard the sound of someone stomping on the ground. Dong, dong, bang. Before he could react, the door slammed open, and Tian Yanyu appeared before him with a dazed look on her face. "Xiao Yang, you're alive, I knew it." Without any hesitation, Tian Yanyu leaped onto him, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. The two of them tumbled to the floor. Yuan smiled and said with one arm wrapped around her, "Since we're back, you can call me Yuan again." Chapter 1256. Tian Yanyu's Feelings. Xiao Yuan. Where have you been this whole time? Do you have any idea how worried I was when you didn't return as planned? After spending a good moment silently hugging him, Tian Yanyu suddenly exclaimed, "I know your mother gave me a handful at the entrance, and I'm sorry for being late. I was stuck inside the nameless emperor's tomb and couldn't return until now. Yuan apologized again. Really? Are you okay? It must have been terrifying. I'm fine, he reassured her. What about you? I hope nothing happened after we separated, he then asked. Nothing happened. In fact, it was actually really boring after we reunited with the sect. Tian Yanyu shook her head, and she added, I should have followed you. That would have been a really bad idea. I almost died a few times, he chuckled, ignoring the fact that he'd actually died once. The two of them would talk for several minutes while Tian Yanyu had her arms around him the entire, almost as though she was afraid he'd disappear the moment she let go. Eventually, they got off the floor and made their way to the lobby, where Tian Suyen and Tian Xianzu were sitting around a table and drinking tea. Welcome back, young man, Tian Xianzu said with a smile, and he gestured at the chair beside him. Thank you, Yuan said as he sat down beside Tian Xianzu. I heard everything from my wife. You're the first person that I know of to leave the nameless emperor's tomb after it's sealed. Even calling it a miracle would not do it justice. I wasn't in a dangerous situation. It was just time-consuming. I'm just glad you're safe. After all, you're my family's savior, and we've yet to repay the debt. Savior? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Tian Xianzu nodded and said, I heard about everything you've done for my wife and daughter, all the treasures you've given them, as well as saving them from danger. It wasn't much. I didn't need the treasures, and it was only natural for me to protect them, Yuan smiled. Still, we are grateful to you anyways. Now that you have returned, what are your future plans? I have one more business in this world before I start making my way to the fourth heaven, said Yuan. What? You're leaving the third heaven already? Tian Yanyu exclaimed. He nodded. I am quite busy after all. Furthermore, although he won't mention this to them, the third heaven was currently crowded with people from the upper heavens, all of whom had come down there to hunt him. It wouldn't be wise for him to stay in the third heaven for too long. Then I will go with you to the fourth heaven, Tian Yanyu exclaimed, without even thinking, her devotion to him evident in her words. What? You must be out of your mind if you think I will let you leave. Tian Soyan shouted, her anger causing her to slam her hand on the table. But Tian Yanyu quickly realized how imprudent her statement had been. Yuan interrupted. I appreciate your thoughts, Miss Yanyu, but unfortunately I have to agree with your mother here. It's too dangerous, and you already have a stable life here. I, on the other hand, have no family or life here, not to mention the mountain of things that I need to do in the upper heavens. I have to keep going higher, even if I don't want to. If you have no family here, then you can start one with me. Tian Yanyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually pushed herself to say such words, her face flushed red by the end. The entire room filled with silence as Yuan and the others stared at Tian Yanyu with surprised faces. You! What nonsense are you spewing? Tian Suyen was astonished that her daughter even had the courage to say such things. However, this also showed how much Tian Yanyu cared for Yuan. Despite how nervous and embarrassed she felt, and how much she wanted to run away, Tian Yanyu forced herself to remain in the room, her gaze fixed on Yuan as she waited for his response. After a moment of awkward silence, Yuan responded to her feelings with a single word, sorry. Tian Yanyu quickly realized that she had been rejected, and tears immediately began forming in her eyes. However, before any tears could fall, she turned around and ran out of the room. After another moment of silence, Tian Suyen mumbled, I finally believe you when you said that you didn't come here to court my daughter. Yuan didn't know how to respond to her words, but thank you for rejecting her. Tian Suyen unexpectedly thanked him out of the blue, and she continued, everything that's happened lately has been quite a whirlwind, and her emotions have been all over the place now. She'll finally have some time to reflect on what she truly desires. If, after she finds some clarity, she still wishes to follow you, I won't stand in her way. However, when that happens, I still hope that you decline her company. I don't mean this in a bad way, but you're too much for her, Yuan. We're just a small family in the third heaven with some history, but you're different, and I don't think she has what it takes to follow someone as magnificent and talented as you. Yuan was speechless. He didn't expect Tian Suyin to have such profound thoughts about him. Tian Xianzu didn't say anything, but his thoughts aligned with Tian Suyin's feelings. Yuan was simply too outstanding for their daughter. With his talents, he would definitely achieve greatness in the future, and Tian Yanyu would hurt herself just by being around him. What happened with the nameless emperor's tomb proved to Tian Suyin that her daughter was simply incapable of catching up with Yuan, much less following him. Even though Yuan wasn't the kind of person to care about such things, he couldn't ignore Tian Yanyu's parents' feelings, and he also didn't want to endanger Tian Yanyu by bringing her with him on his journey that is still shrouded in mysteries. I understand, in the end. Yuan acknowledged Tian Suyin's request. Thank you. Tian Suyin expressed her gratitude once more. Her sincerity couldn't be any more apparent. Chapter 12057, Surprising Progress. When it was apparent that Tian Yanyu wouldn't return to the room, Yuan stood up and said, I guess I should take my leave now. When will you leave for the fourth heaven? Tian Suyin suddenly asked, I'm not sure yet, but before I do, I will return to give Miss Yanyu a proper farewell, if you don't mind. We don't mind. You're always welcome here, Tian Xianzu said. Thank you. Yuan left the Tian family's residence shortly after. Xiaohua, Yingying, I'm going to be away for a while. I should return in a week. Yuan said to them, and then he contacted Feng Yuxiang through their spiritual connection. Feng, I will be away for a week. Please let Shi Meili know. I will contact you again when I return. After spending half a year inside Cultivation Online with only a single break, Yuan desperately needed some fresh air from Earth, as well as catching up with his partners and companions. He logged off the game for the second time in half a year. After removing the console from his head, Yuan inspected his body and mumbled, My body is already at the point where I no longer need to eat or drink for half a year without any issues. As convenient as it sounds, it's also quite terrifying. He got off the bed and went to take a long bath. The herbs for body tempering are no longer effective. They're simply too weak for my physique now. Yuan increased the amount of medicine for his body tempering, but it still wasn't enough to even make his body tingle. I thought it would last a little longer, but alas. Since the medicine was no longer effective on him, Yuan shortened his time in the bathroom to an hour. By the time he came out of the bathroom, it was already late into the afternoon. When he returned to the bedroom, Yuan realized that Chuliu Xiang was absent. Usually she would be either cultivating or playing Cultivation Online. He looked out the window, but the training grounds were empty. He then made his way to the hallway where he encountered Maifeng, who was mopping the floor with a serious expression on her face. Hello, Maifeng. It's been a while. Yuan approached her with a bright smile on his face. Yuan, you're finally back. Maifeng's expression immediately brightened upon seeing his face. She also stopped mopping the floor and went straight to him. Are you okay? Does your body feel weird anywhere? I know you're a cultivator, but you haven't eaten or drank anything for half a year, right? Maifeng immediately began questioning his well-being, which didn't surprise Yuan in the slightest. I'm perfectly fine. In fact, I've never felt healthier, he chuckled. Maifeng had a slightly baffled look on her face as she mumbled, I noticed my body requiring less maintenance as my cultivation increased too, but I didn't think it could allow humans to ignore food and water. Cultivation is truly profound. Hearing her words, Yuan peeked at her cultivation level. Wow, you're already a spirit master? I'm still lagging behind everyone else, who has already reached the rank of Spirit Grand Master. Maifeng sighed with a hint of disappointment. What? Spirit Grand Master? Yuan exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by the rapid progress of everyone around him. Even if they've been cultivating tirelessly for the past 6 months, their cultivation should only be at the Spirit Master level. Is it because of the rich spiritual energy on this mountain? Or did something happen while I was away? Yuan pondered. Maifeng noticed the bewildered expression on Yuan's face and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Are you that taken aback that they've caught up to you? I am. He nodded. It's because we received some assistance. Without that person's help, our cultivation wouldn't have advanced so rapidly. Maifeng disclosed suddenly. That person? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, indeed. That person happens to be the lord of this mountain. He generously provided us with an array of treasures to aid in our cultivation. Meifeng revealed the truth behind their incredible progression. I see, so the Lord lent a hand. That explains a lot. Yuan nodded in understanding, and he continued with a smile, Looks like I can no longer ignore my cultivation in this world, or everyone will surpass me before I even realize it. That's impossible. While they've achieved spirit, Grand Master, there's only so much treasures can do. Meifeng sighed. Anyways, Yuan, I'm glad you've returned. Something has been happening that requires your immediate attention. What happened? Yuan had an ominous feeling about this. The 10 great families, they're targeting you, 10 great families? Who are they? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. The 10 Great Families is a title given to the top 10 families in the legacy ranking, she briefly explained. Oh, those guys. What are they planning now? Yuan was slightly relieved upon hearing this information. Let's gather everyone first, Meifeng said. Sure. By the way, where is everyone? I tried to sense them just now, but there's nobody in the house besides you and me, Yuan asked. Oh, they're training at the top of the mountain with the Lord. He's not just supplying us with resources, but also giving us pointers, among other things. He's been really helpful, even though he's never shown his face. Yuan was truly surprised to hear that the Lord had allowed others beside him and the manager to enter the top of the mountain. I wonder what changed his mind, he wondered inwardly. Then I will immediately go call them back. Please wait a little longer, Meifeng said before rushing to put away the mop and bucket. Take your time. I won't be going anywhere for a while, Yuan said to her. Sometime later, Meifeng called the manager through her cell phone. Can you tell everyone to return to the house as soon as possible? Tell them that Yuan has returned. He's back? The manager mumbled. In a somewhat surprised tone, after quickly snapping back, she continued, Okay, I will let them know. Chapter 1258, Yuan's Plan. 1 through 58, Yuan's Plan. Hey, you can all cease your training now. The manager's voice boomed, echoing across the entire mountaintop. A few minutes later, the entire Demon Sealing faction assembled before her, each of them bearing the marks of their intense training with bruises and bloodied clothes as evidence of their hard work. Did something happen, Manager? Wang Ming asked her. Nothing, really, but your leader has returned. Leader? Yuan? He's back? Chu Liushang's eyes flickered with excitement upon hearing this information. Yes, and he's waiting for you guys back at the house, so you guys are done for today. Thank you for today, Manager, they said to her before rushing back to the house. Sometime later, back at the house, Yuan. Chu Liuxiang rushed at Yuan and tossed her body onto him without hesitation. It's been a while, Liuxiang. Everyone. Yuan greeted them with a calm smile. Welcome back, Yuan. Mei Shu was the first to respond, her face with a gentle smile. I'm back. Sorry, it took a little longer than expected. Luckily, you came back at just the right time. If you'd come back even a little later, we would have had to act without you. Wang Ming said. Is this about the 10 great families? Yuan asked. You knew? They looked at him with wide eyes. Not the whole story. Meifeng told me the 10 great families are trying to cause trouble. But that's all, and now that we're all here, I will tell you the whole story, Meifeng said. I think it can wait a little longer. Yuan chuckled, and he pointed at the others. They should probably get cleaned first. Sorry, we won't take long. Everyone there quickly scrambled back to their rooms to wash themselves. Some time later, once everyone returned, they all sat around the dining table. Now that everyone is here, allow me to begin, Meifeng said as she brought out a laptop and a projector. As I've already told you, the 10 great families are targeting you, Yuan. While you were still away, I received a call from Bai Lihua, who warned us about the 10 great families' plan, that they plan on working together to go after you and your exile. My exile? Xiaohua? Yuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this news, and he immediately understood the situation. I see, so that person must have been from the 10 great families. And he's seeking revenge for what happened, Yuan sighed out loud. What are you talking about? Did you already encounter the 10 great families? Chu Liuxiang asked him. He nodded and recalled to them what happened recently. Right after I left the Nameless Emperor's tomb, we were approached by an exile who tried to rob and kill us. In the end, my exile killed this exile. Of course, this exile had a partner who hid the entire time. He must have been from the 10 great families. Everything makes sense now. But to make the 10 great families work together, it could only be the work of one person, Zhang Lu. He's a very famous player who dominated many games, and the Zhang family is also currently ranked first in the legacy ranking. Meifeng said. She proceeded to show Yuan the recruitment announcement made by them. They are also gathering exiles from around the world now. Unfortunately, we don't know how common exiles are or how many have joined Zhang Luya. An closed his eyes and began pondering silently. Eventually, Wang Bingbing asked, So, what do you think we should do, Yuan? We had a few ideas about fighting back, but we've decided to wait for your return before we act. Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. It's quite simple. There's no need to do anything. Excuse me. Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes. No matter how many exiles they've gathered, they won't be able to do anything to me. Yuan calmly said. Seriously? You're that confident? Wang Bing muttered in a dazed voice. Your strength must have increased significantly during the last 6 months. Li Jinshi said, her gaze filled with anticipation for some reason. Well, I'm still stuck at peak Spirit King, but I have improved on everything else. So you don't plan on doing anything about the 10 great families? Shimarong asked. Actually, I do have a plan up my sleeves. What's the plan? They all looked at him with anticipation. I'm going to visit them once they fully gather their force, he casually revealed. Your what? Wouldn't it be better for you to visit them before they gather their force? Meifeng couldn't help but ask. It wouldn't be as convincing if I did that. In fact, they will most likely start making excuses and continue causing more trouble later. Convincing? What are you trying to convince them of? After a slight pause, Yuan spoke with a grim smile. I'm going to convince them that no matter what they do, they will not be able to touch me. Everyone there swallowed nervously as they subconsciously began to wonder what Yuan was going to do to the 10 great families. Anyways, let's put the 10 great families aside for now and catch up on our own lives. I see that you guys have been training hard for the past half a year to the point where you've all caught to up my cultivation. It's mostly thanks to the Lord's assistance, Wang Ming said. Without his help, as well as the manager's training sessions, we wouldn't have been able to reach Spirit Grand Master so quickly. Leah also helped you guys now? That's shocking. Is it really? She's actually really nice once you get to know her, though. She does have trouble being honest with herself at times. Wang Bingbing smiled. Her training is brutal, too. I swear I almost died a few times, just this month alone. Shilang sighed. Yuan, tell us about the Nameless Emperor's tomb. I want to hear about your adventures. Chu Liuxiang suddenly requested. He nodded. Okay. Thus, Yuan began recalling his experience within the Nameless Emperor's tomb to everyone. Chapter 149. Catching Up. 149. Catching Up. What? You actually went back to the ancient dragon city? Wang Shuing was greatly surprised when she heard this. Yuan nodded. Unfortunately, it wasn't as relaxing as when we last visited, as I had to stop an invasion against the Shi family. And he proceeded to recall the short war between the Azure Dragon family and the Shi family. Unbelievable to think such a thing could happen in that place. Wang Shuing sighed. In the end, Jimeli decided to follow me to the outside world, so we're traveling together now. The Dragon Princess, huh? I truly didn't expect that. Yuan nodded. Then we encountered the exile after coming out of the Nameless Emperor's tomb. After a brief silence, he continued, Now then, why don't you all share your adventures? I spent most of my time improving my cultivation, Meigshu began, with approximately 40% spent in Cultivation Online and the remaining 60% right here. Chu Liuxiang nodded. Same here. but I split my time between the two equally, spending half of my time in Cultivation Online and the other half training out here. Wang Ming then said, I spent most of my time in Cultivation Online until I became an inner court disciple in the Formless Sword Academy. After that, I spent most of my time training with the Lord. I also became an inner court disciple at the Heavenly Academy. Wang Bingbing said, in the end, everyone who remained in the second heaven to join a sect managed to become an inner court disciple. Wang Shuiying, who was the last to share her experience, revealed, I've attained the status of core disciple within my sect, and my name has gained some recognition even beyond its boundaries. Nevertheless, due to spending the majority of my time in Cultivation Online, I've only reached the peak of Spirit Master here, making me the only one who hasn't reached Spirit Grandmaster. Ahem. Meifeng suddenly cleared her throat and spoke, I am also a Spirit Master too, you know, but you spend most of your time doing chores. If you dedicated more of your time to cultivation, you would have been a Spirit Grandmaster as well, Wang Shuiying said. My responsibilities as the caretaker of this household take precedence, even over my cultivation, Meifeng asserted firmly. Spirit Grandmaster or not, I'm proud of everyone here, Yuan said with a smile. You've all achieved great things within half a year. If you guys keep going at this pace, you'll surpass me in no time. Nobody here is trying to surpass you. We're just trying our best to keep up and not become a burden to you. Wang Ming sighed. That's nonsense. I've already told you guys many times that I don't care if you become a burden or not, because I will never see any of you that way. Yuan shook his head. After a moment of silence, Wang Bingbing raised her hand and asked, Yuan, I have a question. What is it? After hearing so much about exiles and how much they could benefit our progress, what if we also find ourselves in exile to partner up with? I can't be the only one thinking about this, right? Wang Bingbing looked around the table. Indeed, some of them have thought about getting their own exile and were waiting for the right time to bring it up. That time was now. Wu Zhao spoke next. I was also thinking about it. Me too, said Shilang, hearing their question. Yuan could only sigh. Unfortunately, even though having an exile comes with a lot of benefits, I don't think you'll be able to ignore the cons. As you all know already, exiles are criminals that have been banished from the 9 heavens, and they are not your average criminals either, even though my exile, Xiao Hua, is a good girl and definitely doesn't deserve to bear that label. I must admit that I got extremely lucky with her as my partner. However, I can't guarantee that you guys will have the same luck, of course. I'm not saying that you should not partner up with one. If you happen to come across an exile like Xiao Hua, you should definitely partner up. However, exiles like Xiao Hua are few and far between. This I am willing to bet a fortune on. That makes sense. I definitely wouldn't want a criminal by my side even if they come with a lot of benefits. Wang Bingbing nodded in agreement. And they are not your run-of-the-mill criminals. Wang Ming added, for them to have faced banishment from the 9 heavens, their transgressions must have been of a truly heinous nature. Li Jinshi chimed in, saying, why would we even require assistance from an exile when we already have someone like Yuan with us? Wang Bingbing was momentarily at a loss for words, but as she contemplated Li Jinshi's statement, she came to recognize her own shortcomings. You're absolutely right. Forget I even suggested such a thing. She sighed. Yuan shook his head and said, there's no need for that. If you encounter an exile who isn't a bloodthirsty criminal, you should work together with them since they could really help you out. In fact, I encourage it. If I hadn't met Xiao Hua, I don't think I would have made it to where I am currently. If you say that, I have another question. Hong Shuquan raised his hand and proceeded to ask, how can we tell if someone is an exile or not? Exiles have a unique aura to them, but I don't think you'll be able to tell the difference until you encounter one. However, they will most likely tell you themselves, as they need a partner to participate in the Supreme Heaven's legacy, which is another way to tell if someone is an exile or not, since they all have that legacy. And he added, this is purely speculation, but I think exiles are mostly found in seclusive areas, as they're akin to hidden quests and dungeons, so you won't find them hanging around in a busy city or anything like that. I see, thanks. I will keep that in mind, Hong Shuquan said. Any more questions before we call it a night? Yuan asked, and for the next several minutes he answered any questions the others threw at him. Thank you for listening to the story on kevinaudio.com, Chapter 1260, 100 Years. 1260, 100 Years. So how long are you going to stay out here this time? Li Jinshi asked Yuan. I will take a break from Cultivation Online for the next 2 weeks at the very least, he said. Good. I want you to see my progress. Li Jinshi then said. Me too, Wang Ming added. The others also expressed their desire for a sparring session, and Yuan readily agreed, saying, Certainly. I'm quite curious to see just how effective the Lord's training has been. After spending some time answering questions, Yuan eventually ended the meeting. Okay, let's end it here today. While everyone walked towards their rooms, Yuan walked towards the entrance. Where are you going? Chu Liuxiang asked when she noticed this. I'm going to visit the Lord now. I'll be back soon. Oh, okay. Then I'll see you later. Chu Liuxiang winked at him before walking away. Should I call the manager to let her know that you'll be heading there? Mei Feng suddenly asked. He nodded. Please, and thanks. As Yuan left the building, Mei Feng called the manager to notify her of Yuan's plans. He's coming here now? What a pain in the ass. The manager sighed, and she continued, I'll let the Lord know after hanging up. The manager went to see the Lord. Yuan's coming here right now. Good. I was planning on calling him tomorrow anyway. Are you going to tell him about the situation? She asked. I do. Then I'll go pick him up now. Sometime later, as Yuan approached the top of the mountain, he noticed a tall beauty standing still in the distance, with a nonchalant look on her face. It's been a while, Leah. How have you been? Yuan greeted her with a smile. Don't act so friendly with me. Did you damage your soul or something during the last few months? She sneered. And I see that you haven't changed at all. Yuan chuckled, finding no offense to her attitude. Anyway, I am here to thank the Lord for his assistance, because of him. The demon-sealing faction is stronger than ever. After a slight pause, he continued, Of course I am here to thank you as well, Leah. So, thank you. Seeing the bright smile on Yuan's handsome face, she subconsciously blushed. I don't need your gratitude since I am not doing this out of my goodwill. Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, Something did happen, right? I'm not sure why, but my chest has been feeling a little tight since I returned, but I cannot tell what's bothering me. Leah sucked her teeth after hearing his words and mumbled under her breath, Inhuman as always, huh? Yuan looked at her with a puzzled expression. She ignored him and said, Let's move already. The Lord is waiting for you. Okay. Once they arrived at the peak of the mountain, Yuan approached the cave located at the center. Halfway there, Yuan noticed a red figure coming out of the cave. Naturally, it was the Lord, but he looked a little different, weaker than before. Even his body appeared skinnier compared to half a year ago. Yuan frowned slightly after seeing the Lord's condition and immediately asked, What happened to you? Are you sick? Are you okay? It's great to see you again, Yuan. No, I am not sick, but I am also not okay, the Lord said in a weak voice. Tell me what happened. Before I do that, how was the nameless emperor's tomb? Such a place hadn't existed yet when I was still in the divine heavens. Seeing how the Lord had enough time to ask him that, Yuan figured that the situation probably wasn't as bad as he thought. Well, it's a dangerous place that has taken countless lives. Despite that, people still flock to it to acquire treasures or enlightenment. I see, sounds like a fun place. The Lord mumbled, leaving Yuan speechless. After a moment of silence, the Lord's expression turned solemn, and he spoke in a dispirited voice. I'm sorry. Huh? Why are you suddenly apologizing? Yuan tilted his head in a questioning manner. I have failed you, failed Earth. What do you mean by that? Yuan could feel the ominous feeling in his guts rising. Do you remember about our talk last time? How there's a formation holding this world together? The Lord asked. I do, and that you're the one keeping the formation together. The Lord nodded solemnly and continued, Regrettably, the protective formation is deteriorating, and I am powerless to stop it. I cannot fathom the cause of this decay, but if it persists, the formation will ultimately crumble, as will Earth and all its inhabitants. What? Yuan exclaimed in extreme shock. Wait a second. You're saying that the world is ending and you have no idea why? He asked for confirmation. There are several potential causes, but I cannot definitively identify the primary one. First and foremost, I have long been aware that I could only sustain the formation for a finite period. I have maintained it for millions of years, and my cultivation has steadily waned over time with no opportunity for replenishment. Consequently, it was merely a matter of time until my cultivation became depleted. However, with my remaining cultivation, I should have been able to keep the formation active for another 100,000 years. I don't know why, but the formation suddenly started demanding more spiritual energy to maintain, which is rapidly consuming my energy. Yuan swallowed nervously, and he proceeded to ask a question that he did not think he would ever utter. How long do we have until Earth is destroyed? At this rate, the formation will shatter in 100 years, and we will all cease to exist. The Lord revealed in a grim voice. 100 years? We only have 100 years? For the first time in a very long time, Yuan could feel weakness in his body, especially his legs, as they were on the verge of giving up. Chapter 161, Earth's Impending Destruction. 161, Earth's Impending Destruction. 100 years, Yuan stood there in a daze, trying to comprehend the magnitude of the situation. However, the Lord had more disheartening news to convey and continued, "The 100-year threshold is but the present constraint. If the formation's demand for spiritual energy were to escalate further, that limit could decrease significantly. 50 years, even 10 years, becomes a distinct possibility." Good heavens, Yuan could no longer muster any strength to stand and took a seat on the ground. "Is there no way to fix this?" he inquired after a brief pause. "There are several approaches we can explore," the Lord replied, and he continued. "The first option is to open the gate between Earth and the 9 heavens and relocate all inhabitants of this world to the 9 heavens. While this approach would ensure our survival, it would not address the plight of Earth, not to mention the colossal logistical challenges involved in transporting billions of people to a new realm. Even if we were to successfully relocate the entire population of this world, we would still confront numerous formidable challenges within the 9 heavens," the Lord continued. "Questions about habitation, adaptation to the new environment, and the reception by the 9 heavens residents would all need to be addressed." "You're absolutely right. Relocating everyone seems like a desperate, last-resort measure at this point," Yuan sighed, acknowledging the complexity and uncertainties involved. "The second approach, although even more challenging than the first, involves bringing Earth closer to the 9 heavens, where the abundant spiritual energy could assist the formation. The very necessity of the formation arises from the lack of spiritual energy in this world," the Lord explained. "In fact, we probably won't even need the formation anymore at that point. This world was created through spiritual energy, so it would naturally die without it. If we move Earth back to where it once belonged, it would save the people and the world. However, the harsh reality is that achieving the relocation of Earth to its original position is an insurmountable feat for anyone in this world," the Lord concluded, emphasizing the sheer impossibility of the task. "What if we ask someone from the 9 heavens to help us?" Yuan asked. "To undertake the colossal task of relocating this entire world without causing harm to its inhabitants or the world itself, we would need the aid of a cultivation god. I don't know the current number of cultivation gods in existence, but in the past we could have counted them on one hand and still have fingers to spare. Even if we were to locate a cultivation god, the likelihood of them assisting us is slim to none, given that it would demand an immense amount of power to relocate this world, so much so that it could potentially weaken even a cultivation god for tens of thousands of years. One more problem with this plan. The distance between Earth and the 9 heavens is so vast that it might take over 100 years to travel here even for a cultivation god," the Lord sighed. Yuan was utterly speechless. But he was still trying his best to think of a way to save Earth. "Now let's talk about the third method," the Lord suddenly said. "There's more?" Yuan looked at him with a hopeful gaze. The Lord nodded and said, The third method is the simplest but also very tricky. I am currently unable to replenish my spiritual energy faster than it is being consumed. So if we can find a way to recover my cultivation base, we can prolong the formation until we find another solution. What do you need? Yuan then asked. I can replenish my spiritual energy through the use of treasures or by directly absorbing it from another individual, but there is no treasure in this world that is strong enough to recover my spiritual energy, the Lord explained. Absorbing it from someone, do you mean like consuming them? Yuan swallowed nervously. What? No, not at all, the Lord clarified. I meant that someone could willingly transfer their spiritual energy to me. However, there is nobody in this world that has enough spiritual energy to help me. Not even you, Yuan, unless you're at the God Ascension realm. God Ascension realm? Yuan closed his eyes to ponder. Don't even think about it, Leah suddenly said and continued. Even with your talents, you won't reach that level in 1,000,000 years, much less 100 years. I wasn't thinking of anything like that, Yuan said as he opened his eyes. He looked at the Lord and asked him, I have a question. Can a soul without a body have a cultivation base? Huh? What kind of stupid question is that? Leah responded. Meanwhile, the Lord pondered for a moment before speaking. If that soul was a cultivator before they had lost their body, it is possible. However, their cultivation will continuously degrade as time passes. Why do you ask? I might be able to locate a soul with the cultivation of God Ascension and potentially bring them here, Yuan disclosed. What? Is that even possible? How do you intend to accomplish such a feat? The Lord exclaimed with excitement as he eagerly sought more details. In response to the Lord's question, Yuan retrieved his Immerian overlord. That is, a soul weapon? You don't mean to tell me? The Lord understood what Yuan was planning when he saw the soul weapon. Yup. I will find a soul at the God Ascension realm and store it inside this soul weapon, which I can transport between the 9 heavens and earth at will? Are you insane? There's no way that's possible, Leah exclaimed. No, it might be possible, the Lord muttered in a dazed, dumbfounding Leah. Are you serious? He nodded. Soul weapons have the capability to house a single soul, and since they are intricately linked to one's own soul, in theory, it should be possible to transport a soul from the 9 heavens to earth through a soul weapon. However, the crucial question of locating the soul of a God Ascension cultivator still remains. Hell, it might even be easier to find a cultivation god. I think I know where I can find one, Yuan said. In fact, I already have someone in mind. Chapter 1262. The Soul of a God Ascension Realm Cultivator. You know where to find a God Ascension Realm soul? Are you serious? The Lord couldn't believe it even if it came from Yuan's mouth directly. Living souls are already near impossible to find, much less the soul of a cultivator who was near the pinnacle of cultivation before losing their physical form. In case you didn't know, only cultivators that have surpassed the immortal ascension realm are able to remain in a soul-like state even after their physical body dies. Not only that, but they cannot remain in that state forever, as their soul will eventually vanish, so it must have been someone who died within the last several thousand years. Where in heaven's name are you going to find a soul like that? The Lord couldn't help but inquire. While a soul may vanish within a few thousand years in the 9 heavens, there is a unique place where souls wander for an eternity, Yuan said with a slight smile on his face. You don't mean, the Lord swallowed nervously. The Shadow Realm, Yuan confirmed the Lord's suspicion. Impossible. While it may be true that souls within that place exist for an eternity, these souls have all lost their minds and are no different than evil spirits. They will try to kill you before you can even start a conversation. There's no way you would find a logical soul at the God Ascension realm there. Yuan shook his head and said, It is possible, as I've encountered 2 individuals there who are able to communicate with me. However, I am uncertain about their cultivation levels. The Lord pondered with a frown on his face. Most of the souls within the Shadow Realm are those who fought in the heavenly war of immortals and gods, or more specifically, those who fought against the Celestial Emperor and lost. Yuan tilted his head and asked, Now that you mention it, didn't the evil gods slay the Celestial Emperor and win the war? There are actually two parts to the heavenly war of immortals and gods. When the war first started, the evil god was not part of it, and the celestial emperor had successfully vanquished his opposers, sending them to the shadow realm for an eternity of suffering. After some time of peace, the heavenly war of immortals and gods started again, with the evil god at the forefront this time. "Is that so?" Yuan mumbled. "As for the shadow realm," the Lord elaborated, "it was created by the first celestial emperor, who employed it as a means to instill fear in others, compelling their servitude, and as a deterrent for those contemplating opposition against him." "What about the primordial realm? Don't they serve the same purpose?" Yuan then asked. "Indeed, but the primordial realm is much more forgiving and is meant for the living, while the shadow realm is intended for the deceased. However, following the demise of the first celestial emperor, the shadow realm has remained unused." "Then it's decided. I will head to the shadow realm to find a soul who will be able to help us," Yuan said a moment later. Furthermore, he still had a quest to finish in that place. "Be very careful when you're there, Yuan. The souls there are extremely powerful, especially if they've managed to survive this long," the Lord warned him. "I know, but the stronger they are, the higher the possibility of them being in the God Ascension realm, right?" "I guess so. Don't worry. We'll find a way to save Earth," Yuan reassured, his enthusiasm shining through with a comforting smile. "Thank you," the Lord said. Yuan shook his head and said, "No, I should be thanking you. If not for your selflessness, Earth wouldn't have existed in the first place." "I'm simply striving to protect my homeland," the Lord responded. "In any case, once we've restored my cultivation, we can commence our efforts to unravel the mystery behind the alteration in the formation. It might be connected to Cultivation Online, but I don't have any proof to back up this theory." Yuan nodded. "Then, before I leave, should I give you some of my spiritual energy? It may be a drop in the bucket, but if it could help you even a little—" "If you could." The Lord accepted his offer. "Honestly, it's the reason why I started training the Demon Sealing faction, even if it won't really do much to fix the situation." "Oh, I should also thank you for that." "Thanks again," Yuan said as he sat before the Lord and began gathering his spiritual energy. Yuan noticed that his spiritual energy had increased significantly compared to half a year ago, even though his cultivation level hadn't changed since then. "Is this because of the 9 dragon symbols?" he wondered inwardly. "I will be transferring my spiritual energy to you now," Yuan said a moment later. "Whenever you are ready." The Lord nodded. The next moment, Yuan poured his spiritual energy into the Lord's dantian. "What is this overwhelming influx of spiritual energy pouring into me? A spirit grandmaster should not possess such a vast reservoir of spiritual energy," the Lord exclaimed inwardly as he was shocked by Yuan's unrealistic capacity. The quantity of spiritual energy that Yuan was channeling into the Lord was sufficient to utterly deplete the reserves of 100 spirit grandmasters in a mere moment. Furthermore, Yuan was absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy almost as rapidly as he was giving it away, creating a powerful vortex around his body. "What the hell are you doing?" Leah was shocked by what she was witnessing. Amazing. I knew he was immensely talented, but to think it was to this extent as expected of the immortal monarch's descendant. The Lord sighed inwardly. Once he had expended every last bit of his spiritual energy, Yuan collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, his breathing labored and ragged. Truly unbelievable, the Lord thought to himself. "So, was it enough to increase the limit?" Yuan asked in a weak voice. The Lord shook his head, wearing a bittersweet smile. "Perhaps by a few days, but that's the extent of it. Nonetheless, I'm genuinely grateful for your assistance. Unfortunately, despite the generous amount of spiritual energy Yuan had contributed to the Lord, it proved insufficient to prolong the limit by even a single month. Nevertheless, it did provide the Lord with a considerable increase in comfort, and alleviated some of his weakness." Chapter 1263, Leah's True Identity. After resting for a few minutes, Yuan recovered enough energy to move. "Then I will leave for now. The next time I see you, I should have some new information regarding the situation. Yuan said to the Lord. The Lord nodded. I will keep inspecting the formation and notify you if there are any changes. Leah, take him back to his house. The Lord said to her as Yuan made his way down the mountain. As they walked down the mountain, Yuan suddenly asked Leah, Hey, why do you hate humans? Why do you want to know? It's none of your business, Leah sneered. After a moment of silence, Yuan mumbled, Is it because humans hunted your kind in the past? What did you say? Leah halted her movements and stared at him with wide eyes. My kind? You speak as if you know about me when you don't know anything. You're a dragon, aren't you? It's faint, but I can sense it from your aura. I didn't notice it before, but after spending some more time in the ancient dragon city and encountering more dragons, I can sense it more clearly now. Of course, I also know about the war between humans and dragons. If that's the case, while I understand your hate toward humans that happened countless years ago before divine heavens became 9 heavens, are you actually that old? Leah's face flushed with redness after hearing his words, mostly when he called her old. How dare you? I am not even 1,000 years old. Leah exclaimed. Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. Seriously? You're that young? And you don't deny being a dragon? Leah clenched her teeth and murmured, You are right. I am a dragon. Then I don't understand your hatred for humans. That war ended way before you were even born. Where did your hatred come from? You don't understand anything, Leah shouted at him. Then help me understand, Yuan shouted back. Why? Why do you even care? Why wouldn't I want to help a friend who always appears to be in a sour mood? He sighed. Friend? Since when did we become friends? Leah was utterly speechless. You've helped us many times since we moved into the mountain, so it's only natural to think of you as a friend. I was only doing my job. I didn't help you because I wanted to be friends, Yuan shrugged. That kind of minor detail doesn't matter to me, and you're training my friends now. Furthermore, I'm growing weary of seeing you intentionally acting rude just to avoid human connections, pushing others away so that they won't approach you. If we're going to be working together to save this world, I want to do it as friends. However, Yuan suddenly stopped walking and turned to look at her with a serious expression. If you really hate my guts that much, then I will stop bothering you and act as though you don't exist. Leah's body quivered when she met his intense gaze, not to mention his cold words that made her feel weirdly uncomfortable. Act as though I don't exist. Leah repeated softly to herself, while it was true that she intentionally distances herself from humans to avoid their interference. Hearing such a thing made her completely perplexed and unsure how to respond. If it had been anyone else in Yuan's position, Leah might have readily told them to behave as if she didn't exist without hesitation. However, it wasn't as though she liked Yuan either. In fact, he was someone she was determined to distance herself from, yet when presented with the chance to do so, she found herself unable to summon the courage to accept it. After a moment of silence, Leah muttered in a low voice, My mother, she was hunted by humans while she was pregnant with me. After using what little strength she had left to give birth to me, she passed away from the injuries she suffered during that time. Yuan was left flabbergasted upon hearing this revelation, and he questioned, Your mother was pregnant with you during that era? How many millions of years was she pregnant? I understand that divine beasts have lengthier gestation periods, but doesn't this seem excessively prolonged? A divine beast doesn't just require time to give birth. They also need spiritual energy. So, depending on the spiritual energy in their area, their pregnancy may speed up or slow down. My mother spent most of her pregnancy on Earth, and with the trash-quality spiritual energy here, her pregnancy slowed down almost to a halt. Also, her unique bloodline didn't help, as it was the bloodline with the slowest birth rates. Anyways, humans killed my father before I was born, and my mother died to the injuries they inflicted on her after giving birth to me. Do you understand why I don't like humans now? Leah stared at Yuan with a cold expression. He nodded and said, I understand, but it doesn't change the fact that it happened millions of years ago. I won't tell you who you should hate and who you shouldn't, but hating humanity as a whole because of a few bad apples is childish." Childish?" Leah had a baffled look on her face. "That's correct," Yuan responded. "Contrary to demons, not all humans harbor ill intentions toward you. Even in the past, only a small group of humans hunted dragons, but because of how often they hunted and their overall prowess, it seemed like most humans hunted dragons. As for nowadays, I doubt you will be able to find a single human willing to hunt a dragon on Earth." He continued, "Throughout history, countless humans have fallen victim to beasts, and such incidents persist even today. However, I don't hold animosity toward all beasts. I even consider some of them my companions, cherished friends whom I'd willingly risk my life to protect. If you still don't believe me, then I'll share with you a secret. The Lord thinks I am the immortal monarch's descendant, but in reality, I am the immortal monarch himself, his reincarnation." "You are what?" Leah's doubt dropped to the ground after hearing Yuan's reveal, Chapter 1264, Leah's Doubt, Num 164, Leah's Doubt. "You are the immortal monarch? Do you honestly expect me to believe you?" Leah asked him after snapping out of her daze. Yuan smiled and said, "Honestly, I do. But if you don't, that's fine as well. I'm sure you'll eventually believe me. Oh, I also happen to be the divine paragon who triumphed in the war against demons and rescued humanity." As Yuan revealed one astonishing revelation after another, Leah's mind struggled to process everything, and she could even feel it burning from being shocked too much. Seeing Leah standing there in stunned silence, Yuan waved and added, "I can make my way back to the house on my own. See you later." He then turned and left, leaving Leah to collect her thoughts in solitude. Leah, in her state of bewilderment, made no effort to halt him or seek clarification regarding the astonishing revelations Yuan had disclosed. She remained rooted to the spot, her thoughts in disarray. Yuan returned to the mansion some time later. "I've only just returned, and so many things have occurred already," he sighed wearily as he stepped back into the mansion. "Welcome back, Yuan," Mei Feng greeted him as she stood waiting in the lobby. "Don't tell me you've been waiting for me," Yuan said with a surprised look on his face. She silently nodded before opening her mouth. "Are you okay? You seemed tired. We chatted longer than I'd expected." Yuan had pondered whether he should tell everyone about the situation the moment he returned home, but he decided to wait until the next day, as he wanted them to properly rest for the day, and they already had a gathering for that day. "You should get some rest tonight, Mei Feng. You'll need it for tomorrow," Yuan said, being a little cryptic. "Did something happen?" Mei Feng couldn't help but ask after noticing it. Yuan nodded. "Yes, I'll tell you guys tomorrow. I understand." Since Yuan decided to wait until tomorrow, Mei Feng figured that it probably wasn't anything too serious. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan had made the same mistake, only to later realize that the world was ending in less than 100 years. "Good night, Yuan." "Night." Yuan proceeded directly to his room, and upon opening the door, he was met with complete darkness, shrouding the room in obscurity. Did she already go to sleep? He wondered inwardly as he stepped inside the room. However, once he closed the door, Chu Liuxiang's voice resounded. "Welcome back, Yuan." "Oh, I thought you went to sleep already. How could I sleep alone on your first day back? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment?" Chu Liuxiang remarked as she switched on the lamp next to the bed, revealing her appearance. That appearance?" Yuan's eyes widened when he realized Chu Liuxiang was wearing erotic black lingerie that barely covered her body, and she even positioned her body in a seductive manner that purposefully exposed her body, almost as though she was a model for an adult magazine. Due to the whirlwind of events that had transpired earlier, Yuan wasn't initially in the mood to engage with Chu Liuxiang. However, knowing that she had endured 6 months without him, he didn't want to let her down. "Even if the world were to end tomorrow, I'll still find time to spare for my loved ones," Yuan thought to himself, recognizing the importance of cherishing the moments with those dear to him. And without any hesitation, he created a concealment formation in the room for their privacy, and entered bed with Chu Liuxiang, spending the rest of the night enveloped by pleasure and the warmth of Chu Liuxiang's body. Meanwhile, when Leah returned to the peak of the mountain, she immediately went to seek the Lord. Did something happen? The Lord noticed her pale complexion and asked her. After a moment of silence, Leah asked, "Can you tell me about the immortal monarch in more detail?" The Lord immediately misunderstood her intentions and smiled. "So you're finally interested in him." Leah didn't even have the energy to refute his statement and remained silent Leitsnovel. As you're aware, the immortal monarch played a pivotal role in ending the conflict between dragons and humans. However, those accomplishments pale in comparison to his other feats, the Lord began. He not only achieved the distinction of being the first human to be accepted and respected by a supreme divine beast, but he also became the first human to ever command one. Furthermore, he didn't merely have a single supreme divine beast under his command. He had a total of 9, as well as influence over many other powerful divine beasts. The title, Supreme Divine Beast, is reserved for only the most powerful divine beasts at the pinnacle of their respective bloodlines. They are beings that can literally rule over an entire race. Using his connections with the supreme divine beasts and numerous other divine beasts throughout the divine heaven, the immortal monarch accomplished what was once deemed impossible: coexistence between humans and beasts. Prior to the time of the immortal monarch, humans and beasts seldom engaged in communication, and when such interactions did occur, they often escalated into deadly confrontations, not even mentioning divine beasts. The immortal monarch brought about a profound transformation in that regard. Thanks to his influence and tireless efforts, humans and beasts ceased their hostilities upon encountering each other and even began to collaborate, eventually coexisting within the same city. If it hadn't been for the immortal monarch, countless more humans and beasts would have perished in senseless conflict. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to claim that the immortal monarch saved both humanity and beasts, which is why he's held in such high esteem, even revered. In the entire history of the 9 heavens, at least up to the point when I departed, I don't believe anyone had as profound an impact on the world as the immortal monarch. As he spoke of the immortal monarch, the Lord's countenance bore an admiring expression, reflecting his deep reverence for the legendary figure. After a momentary pause, he went on. Actually, one could argue that there was another individual who matched the immortal monarch's influence, the divine paragon, renowned for instilling fear in demons, known for their inability to experience fear, and for rescuing the divine heavens from the demon clan. Although humans endured the greatest hardships during that era, we, the beasts, were not spared from the turmoil. Immortal monarch and the divine paragon, Leah had a perplexed look on her face, one that the Lord found challenging to interpret. Then she proceeded to ask, "The divine paragon, can you tell me more about him?" "Sure." Although the Lord was uncertain about the reason behind Leah's interest in the divine paragon, he had a hunch that this information held significance for her. Thus, the Lord began sharing his knowledge of the divine paragon with Leah, who listened with great focus. In the end, Leah posed another question. "Do you think reincarnation truly exists? And if the immortal monarch and the divine paragon were to reincarnate, what kind of individuals do you think they would become?" The Lord pondered for a good moment before responding. "I personally believe in reincarnation, and if they were to reincarnate, I believe it would be someone like Yuan. At least that's what I hope." Leah's body trembled upon hearing the Lord's answer. "I see. Thank you for your time. I'm going to get some rest now." And without explaining any further, Leah disappeared from the Lord's sight. Chapter 15, Homeland, 1565 Homeland. After Leah left the scene, the Lord looked at the darkened sky with a solemn expression on his face. "The immortal monarch, huh?" The Lord mumbled to himself, lost in thought. "No matter what happens to me, I must protect Earth at all costs. This is his homeland, after all." The following day, Yuan rose from his bed early in the morning. "Is it morning already?" Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a tired voice as she slowly sat up on the bed, rubbing her eyes. "Yes," Yuan confirmed as he slightly lifted the curtains, allowing the early sun to shine into their room. "Take your time. I'll be training with the others first. Of course you don't need to participate if you don't have the energy. I won't blame you." Hearing his words, Chu Liuxiang collapsed back on the bed and said, Then I'll sleep for a few more hours. If you're still training by then, I'll join you." "Okay." Yuan nodded as he left the room through the balcony before going straight to the training grounds. "I thought I would be able to last the whole night after reaching Spirit Grandmaster and improving my stamina, but alas, I still have a lot of training to do." Chu Liusheng released an internal sigh, closed her eyes, and swiftly drifted back into a peaceful slumber with a warm smile on her face. Shortly after Yuan arrived at the training ground, Li Jinshi showed up with an eager expression on her face. "Good morning. You're early," Yuan greeted her with a bright smile. "You too," Li Jinshi replied. Seeing Li Jinshi alone, Yuan couldn't help but recall his encounter with Jin Shi inside the nameless emperor's tomb, as well as Tian Xin's feelings for her. "Yuan? What's the matter?" Li Jinshi was a little startled when Yuan suddenly began tearing up. Oh, sorry." Yuan quickly noticed it and immediately wiped his eyes. "Are you okay?" Li Jinshi asked him in a concerned voice. "Yes, I am okay. I just remembered something, that's all." "You can tell me you know. I'll tell you if you can defeat me," Yuan said with a mysterious smile. "Are you sure you want to fight me while in that state? I won't hear any of your excuses if you lose," Li Jinshi said. "I won't make any excuses if I lose, I promise." Yuan chuckled. Li Jinshi didn't want to waste any more time chatting and retrieved her weapon. Yuan responded by summoning the Empyrean Overlord. "Come, show me how much you've grown." Yuan beckoned her with a provoking smile. Li Jinshi immediately kicked her feet, launching herself at him like a rocket. Clang! Yuan blocked her incoming strike, but Li Jinshi's strength was so immense that it pushed him back several steps. "Oh, not bad." The smile on Yuan's face widened. Li Jinshi didn't halt after the initial strike. She swiftly followed up with a second, then a third, and a fourth. Within minutes, the two of them had a flurry of exchanges, trading hundreds of blows without landing a single direct hit. Naturally, they weren't fighting with the intention to kill and were simply enjoying the spar. Wang Ming and Wang Bingbing showed up together in the midst of their spar and were greatly shocked by the intensity of their fight. "The training ground was only repaired last week, and it's already being destroyed again," Wang Ming lamented aloud after seeing the condition of the training ground. "Forget about that, the repairs are free," Wang Bingbing remarked, her attention on Li Jinshi's beaming smile. "I swear she only ever smiles when Yuan's around," she added, as she couldn't remember seeing Li Jinshi smile once in the past 6 months. "You just noticed?" Wang Ming chuckled. "She's almost like a different person when she's around him. Obviously, it's because she likes him. I'm not surprised either. It's just like her to fall for someone as strong as Yuan, Light's Novelle, I guess," Wang Bingbing mumbled. Is that jealousy I sense? Now you have 3, no, 4 opponents. I would be nervous too if I were in your shoes." Wang Ming looked at her in a cheeky manner. Wang Bingbing immediately gave him a sidekick and exclaimed, Shut your mouth." "And why are there 4 opponents? Did you forget about Wang Shuing? She idolizes him and she doesn't hide it either." Wang Ming said, "I know that, but I don't know. I cannot sense that sort of emotion from her, unlike Meixiu and the others." Wang Bingbing said, "Really? You can tell? Why do I doubt that? Call it a woman's intuition." Wang Bingbing shrugged, and she continued, "Anyways, it doesn't seem like they will finish any time soon, so let's warm up you and me." "All right." The others started showing up shortly after Wang Ming and Wang Bingbing began sparring with each other. "How long have they been at it for now?" Shimarong asked Wang Ming after arriving. 2 hours. I don't think we'll get a turn today at this rate. Sure enough, Yuan and Li Jinshi would not stop until the sun started setting. You've improved a lot," Yuan said to Li Jinshi as he wiped his face that was dripping with sweat. "Clearly not enough, since I still cannot beat you," Li Jinshi responded in an exhausted voice, her entire body drained of energy. "But if you keep improving at that rate, it'll only be a matter of time before you beat me." "Sure, if you don't train the entire time," Li Jinshi sighed. "Sorry, I'm late. Is it my turn yet?" Chu Liuxiang suddenly shouted from the balcony of her room. Yuan looked at the setting sun and said, It's fine. We're done for the day anyway. He then looked at the others and continued, Guys, I have something I need to tell you all after dinner. Make sure you show up, it's serious. Is it about the 10 great families? Shi Lang asked. No, this is something bigger and more important, bigger than the 10 great families. Man, I can't wait, Shi Lang said in a sarcastic manner. Chapter 1+3, 1+3, 6, The End of the World. Once everyone left the training grounds and cleaned up, they gathered at the dining table, where Meifeng served a feast. Since it's been a while since we ate together, I decided to celebrate a little, Meifeng said. Yuan smiled. Thank you. Sometime later, after dinner ended and the table was cleaned with everyone present, Yuan took a deep breath before speaking. What I'm about to tell you will sound crazy, but it's happening, and I don't want you to freak out. You are already freaking me out, Yuan. Wang Ming swallowed nervously. The others nodded in agreement. Yuan then asked them, Do you remember when I told you guys about the truth behind Earth, how it used to belong in the 9 heavens before it got separated? They nodded. Unfortunately, Earth drifted a little too far away from the 9 heavens and became starved of spiritual energy. Normally, when something like that happens, the world will eventually stop being able to support itself and get destroyed. But fortunately, the Lord has been protecting this world through a formation for millions of years now, preventing it from destruction. However, his power isn't unlimited, and he won't be able to support that formation one day. For some reason, the formation that is holding this world together has been demanding more spiritual energy as of lately, and at this rate, the Lord won't be able to support it anymore. And when that happens, the end of the world? Shi Lang muttered in a dazed voice. Yuan nodded. Yes, Earth will cease to exist alongside its inhibitors. What? Everyone there exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing this news. Well, wait. This is something that will happen far into the future, right? Please tell me that it will happen only long after we are dead. Wu Zhao cried out loud. Yuan shook his head with a solemn expression and sighed. The Lord estimated that he will only be able to support the formation for another 100 years if the formation continues to absorb his spiritual energy at its current rate. 100 years? 100 years. Of course, that is only if the formation's current condition remains. Unfortunately, the Lord also predicted that it might get worse in the future, so we probably have less time than that. We have less than 100 years before the world ends. How am I even supposed to respond to this? Wang Bingbing muttered with a dreadful look on her face, her complexion as white as a ghost. Unsurprisingly, the others had similar looks on their faces. After all, they were all looking forward to their future, which seemed incredibly bright until just moments ago. Why didn't the Lord tell us something this important? He had plenty of chances to, Hong Shuquan muttered in a puzzled manner. He probably didn't want you guys to worry about it needlessly, Yuan sighed. He was right. There's nothing we can do about it, even if we knew, so we'd only be needlessly worrying about it. We're useless. Wang Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. I wouldn't say that, Yuan quickly said, and he continued. The Lord trained you guys for a reason. Although it won't give us more time, you guys can make it easier for the Lord to maintain the formation by transferring your spiritual energy to him. Also, we already have a plan in motion, so just leave everything to me. I will do everything in my power to save Earth. You do? What do you plan on doing? Is there anything we can do to help? Meishu asked. Yuan shook his head. I'm afraid not. We have several ways to save Earth, but most of them are either too time-consuming or logistically impractical. So we decided to restore the Lord's diminished power, which will buy us more time to find another method to save Earth. That will require a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, correct? Meifeng asked. Yuan nodded. Yes, so I need to find a soul belonging to a god Ascension Realm cultivator in the 9 heavens, and bring them to Earth to help us. What? That seems impossible, no matter how you think about it, Jimerong said. It's possible, Yuan retrieved his Empyrean Overlord and explained. Soul weapons can store a single soul in them, and since I can summon my Empyrean Overlord on Earth, there's a good chance that I can bring back a soul with me. Chu Liuxiang then asked, "How strong is a cultivator in the God Ascension realm? They're practically at the peak of cultivation, the strongest cultivators out there." Seeing Chu Liuxiang's face afterward, Yuan continued, "I know what you're thinking. I already have an idea where to go to find someone that powerful lights novel. Anyways, until I find this soul, there's nothing we can do but pray that everything works out. This isn't going to be easy, but try your best to not worry too much about it." Yuan knew that he would only make them worry needlessly by telling them this information, especially when they could not do anything about it, but he did not want to keep them in the dark about something this serious. "What should we do now?" Mei Feng suddenly asked him. "I know there's nothing we can do to help you, but surely there is something we can do to lessen your burden, right?" Yuan smiled and said, "Just keep doing what you normally do. I will be more at ease that way too." "If you say so." After the meeting ended, everyone returned to their rooms to ponder about the situation. "Hey, what do you think of the situation?" Wang Binjing stopped Wang Ming before he entered his room and asked, "What is there to think about? Once again, we're too weak to do anything, so Yuan is forced to do everything by himself. Although there's nothing we can do this time, it won't be like that next time." Wang Bingjing smiled after hearing his words and nodded. "I agree. But if we're going to be of any use to him, we'll really need to step it up. So I'm thinking of ascending to the third heaven soon." "That might be a good idea," Wang Ming said with a look of relaxation. "Okay, I've decided. I'm going to ascend as soon as I'm done with my current training at the sect." "I bet I'll ascend faster than you," Wang Bingbing then said. "We'll see about that." And without saying anything else, Wang Ming entered his room. When Wang Bingbing returned to her room, she immediately went into Cultivation Online and began planning to ascend. Meanwhile, inside their room, Chu Liuxiang said to Yuan, "I'm sorry, why are you apologizing so suddenly?" He raised an eyebrow. "Because last night, even though you probably weren't in the mood, that's nonsense, and there was no way you could have known." "While I admit that I wasn't in the mood at first, I didn't regret it, as I felt much better afterwards, so thank you." "Does this mean you'll immediately return to Cultivation Online?" Chu Liuxiang then asked. As much as she wanted to spend some more time with him, she couldn't blame him for leaving again. However, to her surprise, Yuan shook his head and said, "No, I'm still going to stay here for a little longer to spend more time with you guys, with you and Meixiu." "Really?" Chu Liuxiang's face immediately brightened after hearing his words. He nodded with a calm smile. Chu Liuxiang suddenly tossed herself at him and said, "If that's the case, you should see Meixiu tonight, after all. You'll be mine tomorrow, the whole day." Yuan chuckled. "Sure." Chapter 1267, A Weird Symbol. "Meixiu, it's me. Are you free?" Yuan asked as he knocked on her door. Meixiu opened the door a few moments later and welcomed him inside. Once inside, Yuan continued, "If you have anything on your mind, I'm here to listen." Meixiu sat on the bed and sighed. "I have a lot on my mind, but it's mostly just wondering about the end of the world, though. I do have one question. Do you plan on telling Yu about the situation?" Yuan then said, "I thought about telling her, but I decided against it as I don't want her to worry needlessly. Do you think I should tell her?" Meixiu quickly shook her head. "No, I agree with your decision. Knowing Yu, she'll definitely freak out for a while." Yuan chuckled. "I will tell her after Earth is no longer in danger." The room fell silent for a moment before Meixiu asked, "So when will you return to Cultivation Online?" "I won't immediately return, but I'll probably shorten it a little." Meixiu displayed a surprised expression upon learning of his choice to remain despite their challenging circumstances. "You're that confident?" she asked. "Well, not really, but there's no need to rush either. Starting a week or two later won't make that much of a difference when we have 100 years, even if there are only 10 years. In the meantime, I'm going to be spending my time with you guys. Tonight probably isn't a good time, so let me know whenever you want to." Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, Meixiu grabbed his hand and pulled him onto the bed with her. "Even if the world were to end tomorrow, I would still want to spend the night with you." Mishu muttered in a low voice before pressing her soft lips onto Yuan's moments later. Their clothes were scattered across the floor, where they would remain for the remainder of the night. Meanwhile, in the third heaven? "So, how did you cross paths with Yuan?" Shimeli inquired as they strolled through the city. "How?" Feng Yuxiang stammered, her mind instantly recollecting their initial meeting and causing her to break into a sweat. Opting to omit the unpleasant details of their initial meeting, Feng Yuxiang provided a truncated explanation, saying, "I used to own a shop in the lower heavens. The young master was a customer there. The sword he wields, the Empyrean Overlord, he purchased it from me." How did you wind up traveling together?" Jimeli expressed surprise upon learning of Feng Yuxiang's background as a shop owner, struggling to fathom how she came to serve Yuan. "And what brings someone of your status to the lower heavens? Isn't that realm intended for mortals?" Jimeli inquired further. Feng Yuxiang let out a sigh as she explained, "I stirred up some problems in the upper heavens and was chased down there. My bloodline was even cursed, condemning me to live as a human." "What? Your bloodline was cursed? That's the worst fate for a divine beast. Who would dare commit such a heartless act?" Jimeli reacted with shock. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. "It happened a long time ago. I don't even remember his face, only that he had a weird symbol on his hand." "A weird symbol?" Jimeli inquired further. "Yes, anyways, even though my bloodline is cursed, as long as I am with the young master, the curse will be removed soon." "Huh? How?" "His blood. Every time I consume it, the curse weakens a little. It'll only be a matter of time before I regain my full strength." Feng Yuxiang smiled. "Yuan's blood?" Shimeli suddenly recalled her parents tasting Yuan's blood and couldn't help but wonder if there was something special about it. "What does his blood taste like?" she inquired, her eyes filled with fascination. "It's hard to describe the taste, but it will taste better than anything you've ever tasted in your life." "Huh? That doesn't make any sense. You won't understand it until you taste it. It's also super addicting. Once you taste it, you'll not be able to enjoy other things as much." Light Snovel. "That doesn't sound very good." Shimeli raised her eyebrows. "It doesn't until you taste his blood. Is that so? Hold on, I want to eat that." Shimeli suddenly halted their conversation to approach a food stall. I'll take some of this." Shimeli pointed at the meat skewers being sold. "That would be 5 copper coins here." Shimeli handed a spirit stone to the man behind the stall, who nearly fell back from shock. I don't have enough change," the man said in a nervous voice. "I don't need it." Shimeli placed the spirit stone on the counter and grabbed the meat skewer before walking back to Feng Yuxiang, who was shaking her head. What a waste of money. The skewers here taste so different even though they're cooked from the same meat, and this is the 11th stall today. How wonderful." A few moments later they came to another halt, but not because Shimeli noticed another skewer stall. "What do you want?" Feng Yuxiang asked the tall young man, who suddenly stopped in front of them, blocking their path. "Just a little of your lady's time. How would you like to eat lunch together at the best restaurant in this city?" "It'll be my treat, of course," the young man said as he looked at Jimeli and her half-eaten skewer. "Are we being hit on right now?" Jimeli looked at Feng Yuxiang with raised eyebrows, as she had never encountered such a situation before, having only heard about it. Feng Yuxiang nodded. "Yes, we are." She then responded to the man, "I am not interested in humans, so you may scram." Nevertheless, the young man remained still and grinned, saying, "I had a feeling you weren't human, hence why I approached you. Don't worry, I'm not human either." Chapter 1268, Immortal Clans. 1268, Immortal Clans. "So what if you are a beast? I don't care if you are human, beast, or god. I am not interested." Feng Yuxiang sneered in disdain. However, the young man remained undisturbed by her words and said, "Don't be like that, beauty. I promise you it'll be worth your time. After all, I came down here from—" The young man proceeded to point toward the sky with a confident smile on his face. "So you're from the upper heavens, what of it?" Feng Yuxiang responded, her patience wearing thin. "Not just any upper heavens, the 7th heaven. the young man proudly declared. Feng Yuxiang rolled her eyes and responded, "Even if you're from the seventh heaven, I can't imagine someone of your standing bothering with beings from such a humble realm." Despite her skeptical remarks, Feng Yuxiang couldn't deny that the young man standing in front of them exuded the unmistakable presence of someone hailing from the upper heavens. "Please, I'm not the type to discriminate. It doesn't matter if they're from the lower heavens or the supreme heavens. As long as they're beautiful, they'll deserve my attention," the young man proclaimed. And he continued, "Furthermore, you ladies cannot deceive my eyes. I can tell whether someone is special or not with a glance, and you ladies are definitely special." Feng Yuxiang felt a strong urge to smack this stubborn young man who did not seem to know how to give up. However, knowing that he was someone from the upper heavens, there was a good chance that he came here to find Yuan, and she did not want to stir up any trouble that could lead back to him. A moment later, seeing how they did not seem to care about his origin from the seventh heaven, he continued, "Okay, I get it. You don't care about the upper heavens? But what if I tell you that I'm a heavenly white tiger from one of the immortal clans?" "The immortal clans?" Feng Yuxiang's eyebrows raised upon hearing this unfamiliar term. "I'm not surprised you haven't heard of them, since they only exist in the upper heavens. But as a beast, surely you know of the legendary immortal monarch, right?" Both Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili's eyes flickered upon hearing this familiar name. The young man noticed their interest and smiled inwardly. "Got them. What does the immortal monarch have to do with the immortal clans?" Feng Yuxiang asked. The young man promptly replied with clear pride in his voice. "The immortal clans are lineages that descended from the supreme beings who served the immortal monarch. In simpler terms, our ancestors were among the 9 supreme beings who followed the immortal monarch during his time. We're also some of the most powerful and influential families in the realm of beasts. There isn't a single beast that doesn't know of our name in the upper heavens. So, are you interested in lending me some of your time now?" Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, "Not really. The young man's expression froze. "Are your ears only for show? I already said that I'm not interested multiple times. If your only method of courting is to flaunt your background, I feel sorry for you," Feng Yuxiang said before looking at Shi Meili and continuing, "Let's go." And without paying the young man from the immortal clans any more attention, the two of them walked around him without looking back. The young man stood there with an incredulous expression on his face. This marked the first instance where someone had turned him down despite learning of his background. However, what hurt him the most was Feng Yuxiang's nonchalant attitude towards the immortal clans. In the upper heavens, the immortal clans are treated no differently than royalties. Divine beasts would lower their heads before the immortal clans, much less ordinary beasts. In fact, even royalties in the world of beasts treated them with utmost respect. The young man's body trembled in anger, and his aura suddenly began to fluctuate, causing the atmosphere there to change. "Hold it right there," the young man suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating through the air and causing it to quiver. "You really don't know how to give up." Feng Yuxiang sighed as she halted. "This is no longer about me." "Then what is it about?" Shi Meili asked in a nonchalant voice. I won't be surprised if he's never been rejected in the upper heavens, so he's experiencing denial." Feng Yuxiang spoke out before the young man could respond, and she continued, "What are you going to do now? Threaten us to come with you using your family's name?" "How dare you?" The young man turned around to look at them with killing intent exuding from his yellow eyes, his white and black hair swirling wildly. How scary a provocative smile appeared on Shi Meili's face. "You probably don't know this, but disrespecting the immortal clans is punishable by death, ignorant or not." The young man spoke in a cold voice, "And I, Bai Sutao, shall execute you for your crimes." A vicious light glimmered in Bai Sutao's eyes right before one of his hands suddenly flickered, turning invisible for a split second. Ngevli's eyes widened, and she instinctively pushed Feng Yuxiang away. "Watch out!" "What?" Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, a large cut appeared on Shi Meili's arm with blood running down her elbow. "Oh, you actually saw that?" Bai Sutao expressed genuine surprise upon seeing this. If Shi Meili hadn't pushed Feng Yuxiang away at the last moment, Bai Sutao would have taken Feng Yuxiang's head. "You bastard! You really intended to kill her with this many people around? Are you out of your mind?" Shi Meili gritted her teeth in anger, her aura skyrocketing. A spirit king? No, spirit emperor with her cultivations suppressed. Did you also come down here from the upper heavens? If so, there's no way you wouldn't know of the immortal clans, yet you dared to disrespect me and my family. Bai Sutao narrowed his eyes at them, and he continued, "So what if there's people here? You're the only ones I'm going to kill. If you think I would hold back because there are others here, think again. Crazy bastard." Feng Yuxiang uttered in a cold voice as she stood back up. Chapter 1269, Heavenly White Tiger, R. 1269, Heavenly White Tiger. "Are you okay?" Feng Yuxiang asked Shi Meili after standing back up. "Yes, it's just a scratch," she nodded. "Sorry, if I was paying a little more attention, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. It's okay." Feng Yuxiang turned to Bai Sutao with a stern expression and remarked, "If the immortal monarch witnessed your behavior just now, he'd have you executed on the spot. Keep his name out of your mouth. He isn't someone a mere ordinary phoenix should mention so casually," Bai Sutao growled in response. "Yet you were so desperate to spend some time with this ordinary phoenix just moments ago, even using his name to do so." Feng Yuxiang clapped back. "You're a disgrace to the immortal monarch's legacy, if the immortal clans are even real. How dare you?" Bai Sutao's face bulged with veins of anger upon hearing Feng Yuxiang's words that could erase a whole legacy if uttered in the presence of the immortal clans in the upper heavens. "I was going to give you a quick and painless death, but you really couldn't help yourself. Not only did you mock my family, but the entire immortal monarch's legacy, huh? Even 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough for you." When the people around them realized the gravity of the situation, they immediately scattered away like ants in the rain, unwilling to get caught up in their trouble. "He's not an opponent we can take down alone," Shi Meili said to Feng Yuxiang through divine sense. "I know, let's take him down together." Bai Sutao suddenly laughed out loud. "You won't be able to take me down even if you work together." Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili frowned upon, realizing that Bai Sutao had intercepted their communication through divine sense, something that can only be done by someone far superior to them. As expected of someone from the seventh heaven, even if their cultivation is restricted to Spirit King, they are pretty much untouchable for everyone in this world. Feng Yuxiang could feel herself sweating for the first time in a while. This pressure, he's countless times stronger than the Azure Dragon family's patriarch. Even in his current state, Shi Meili sighed inwardly, realizing just how small her world was compared to the outside world. "He's coming," Shi Meili warned Feng Yuxiang. "Heavenly Tiger's advance." Half a second later, Bai Sutao disappeared from his spot and appeared a few steps away from Shi Meili. Heavenly Tiger's fangs. Bai Sutao plunged his claw-like hands toward Shi Meili's body. Shi Meili didn't dare to hold back and fought back with her fists, punching Bai Sutao's incoming strike. However, even with her full strength, Shi Meili wasn't able to block Bai Sutao's unstoppable claws and was sent flying, destroying the small building behind her. Seeing this, Feng Yuxiang semi-transformed, spreading her fiery wings before shooting herself at Bai Sutao. Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens. Phoenix's wrath. Once she arrived before Bai Sutao, Feng Yuxiang released her phoenix flames directly at him, engulfing his figure in an instant. What weak flames, are you really a phoenix?" Bai Sutao's voice resounded before he emerged from her flames without a single scratch on his body. Heavenly Tiger's destruction wave. Bai Sutao roared at Feng Yuxiang, releasing a powerful sound wave that obliterated everything within several blocks of her direction. Fortunately for Feng Yuxiang, she barely managed to protect her life by erecting a wall of fire before her, but even then, she did not escape unscathed. "Fuck! If I had been even a second slower, I would have died just now." Feng Yuxiang cried inwardly as blood oozed from the cuts on her body. She turned to look behind her, only to witness the devastation that had befallen the city. All of the buildings had turned to rubble, and corpses could be seen scattered everywhere. "You crazy bastard! I thought you only wanted to kill us. Using such destructive techniques in the middle of a city. You're really out of your mind. Is this how someone related to the immortal monarch should behave? Calling you a disgrace was an understatement? I can't wait to witness heaven's tribulation rain down upon you." Feng Yuxiang shouted at him. However, Bai Sutao remained unfazed by the destruction he had caused, even looking completely relaxed. "Heaven's tribulation? It won't show up even if I were to destroy this entire city. That's what it means to be from the immortal clans. That is how much influence we have within the 9 heavens." Bai Sutao sneered, his demeanor completely different from the beginning, almost as though he was a different person. "Heavenly white tiger, I've heard tales about your bloodline," she merely muttered as she emerged from the rubble of the collapsed building. A bloodline brimming with violence. When you lot engage in battle, you lose your sanity and won't cease until your hunger for violence is appeased, Light's novel. However, witnessing it firsthand, you guys are far more crazy in reality, she added. "Are you regretting it now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Now that you've made my blood boil, I won't stop until you both are dead. If you don't want this city to perish with you, then stop struggling and offer your lives to me," Bai Sutao commanded. "Che." Feng Yuxiang spat out the blood in her mouth and mumbled, "I didn't think I would be relying on this so soon, much less for a crazy bastard like him." She proceeded to retrieve a vial of blood from her spatial ring.
"Blood?"
Bai Sutao narrowed his eyes at the vial in Feng Yuxiang's grasp. "And how will that save you?" "What is she planning?" she merely mumbled to herself, as she was also puzzled by Feng Yuxiang's actions. However, Feng Yuxiang did not respond to Bai Sutao's inquiry and consumed the entire vial of blood. Arg. Feng Yuxiang released a painful cry before quickly suppressing it. The next moment, her aura skyrocketed all the way to the heavens. Her crimson hair lengthened and ignited in flames, gradually spreading throughout her body until her entire form resembled a fiery sphere. When the flames that had enveloped Feng Yuxiang vanished a moment later, she reappeared with a completely altered appearance. Her clothing had been incinerated, and only her private parts were concealed by flames, as if she were clad in an attire crafted entirely of fire. A red symbol that had not been present before had materialized at the center of her forehead, and her eyes seemed to smolder with inner flames. Feng Yuxiang looked at her hands and muttered in a low voice, "As expected, the young master's blood is truly mythical." Bai Sutao had a profound frown on his face after seeing Feng Yuxiang's transformation. That appearance? Though he couldn't recollect it right away, he had a strong feeling that he had seen Feng Yuxiang's appearance somewhere else. Feng Yuxiang suddenly looked at Bai Sutao and pointed her finger at him. "Die," she murmured in a low voice, then released a highly concentrated beam of flames from the tip of her finger, directing it straight at Bai Sutao. Seeing this, Bai Sutao promptly shifted his head to evade the approaching attack, narrowly escaping the beam that soared into the heavens, piercing through the clouds and leaving a clear hole behind. Bai Sutao felt a few drops of cold sweat forming on his back afterward. If Feng Yuxiang hadn't aimed at his head just then, he wouldn't have been able to evade the attack in time because his body hadn't reacted quickly enough. Realizing this, Bai Sutao's face flushed with embarrassment and his body trembled in anger. Chapter 1270 Unforgivable 1 through 70 Unforgivable. How many times do you have to humiliate me before you are satisfied, woman? If I don't rip you from limb to limb, my surname is not Bai. Bai Sutao roared, his aura soaring even further. Using his movement technique, Bai Sutao quickly approached Feng Yuxiang, who also used her movement technique to confront him. Just like her appearance, Feng Yuxiang's combat prowess had changed drastically. However, even with her upgrade, she was still behind Bai Sutao and was unable to land a single hit even after 1,000 exchanges. Just how strong is this crazy bastard? Feng Yuxiang couldn't believe that she was still losing to him despite her transformation, and Bai Shuta was still a spirit king while she had entered the spirit emperor realm. Not wanting to disturb Feng Yuxiang's pace, Shi Meili watched them fight from a distance for some time at first, but when she realized that Bai Sutao was slowly pushing Feng Yuxiang back more and more, she decided to join the fight and support Feng Yuxiang, even removing her own restriction, allowing her Spirit Emperor cultivation to surge forward. "How many times do I have to tell you that you won't defeat me, even if you work together?" Bai Zutao became more defensive when Shi Meili joined the battle, and despite his disadvantage in numbers, he did not seem to be worried even in the slightest. Of course, neither Feng Yuxiang nor Shi Meili was going all out, as they were still in the middle of a city, so they were subconsciously holding back their strength, unlike Bai Zutao, who couldn't care less about his surroundings or the innocent people around them. Eventually, the guards in that city showed up, surrounding them. "Halt! Do you even realize where you rascals are currently? Fights between cultivators are strictly prohibited inside a city, especially those at your cultivation level. Are you trying to level this entire city? Thousands of guards surrounded them. That crazy bastard attacked us first. We're only defending ourselves," Feng Yuxiang responded to them. "I don't give a fuck who started this fight. You will stop now and come with us for interrogation." Bai Zutao looked at these guards and sneered. "Unless you plan on participating in the fight, I suggest you all get out of here before I make you participate." "Who the hell do you think you are?" The leader of these guards roared at him. "You're not worthy of knowing my identity," Bai Zutao retorted in a chilly tone. "Arrogant little bastard, if you think you can fight all of us, you can go ahead and try. Arrest these fools," the leader commanded. "Yes." The guards immediately began approaching them in a massive formation for apprehension, making sure that they couldn't escape. Bai Sutao merely scoffed at their pointless attempt, and just as he prepared to slaughter these guards, another voice boomed. What is going on here? A slender figure descended from the sky moments later. She was a gorgeous young woman with a noble aura around her, appearing to be around Feng Yuxiang's age at first glance. Her hair was a mixture of mostly white with some black, and she had yellow eyes, much like Bai Sutao. Upon the arrival of this newcomer, her mere presence was sufficient to freeze the guards in their tracks, and Bai Sutao began to display signs of unease. During the ensuing moment of silence, the young woman surveyed her surroundings, taking note of the city's devastation. "I leave you alone for a few days, and in such a short span of time, you've managed to create such a colossal mess? Are you intentionally trying to piss me off, Bai Sutao?" The young woman spoke in a cold voice as she stared at him with a piercing gaze that could penetrate even the heavens. Bai Sutao trembled as he replied in a bashful manner. I can explain this, Elder Sister Ning." The young woman suddenly disappeared from her location and appeared in front of Bai Sutao faster than one could blink their eyes before punching him in the stomach so hard that Bai Sutao's body arched like a bow. "Does it look like I care about your reasoning?" she asked him, and she continued, "In case you forgot, we are not here to play around. If you're not going to cooperate, I will send you back home. I know, but those two dared to disrespect the immortal clans." Bai Sutao pointed at the puzzled Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili in the distance. Bai Ning turned to look at them with a narrowed gaze before turning back to look at Bai Sutao. "Have you forgotten where you are? The immortal clans don't exist down here, so they wouldn't know much about us. Why waste your energy over something so insignificant? How childish. Not that I expected more from you." Bai Sutao clenched his teeth in the realization that he couldn't talk his way out of this predicament. Hold on a moment, then a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. Tea? They also mocked the immortal monarch. He immediately cried out loud. Bai Ning's entire face froze after hearing this, and her body began trembling a moment later. Bai Sutao smiled inwardly at her reaction and quickly continued in a sorrowful voice. "That's right, they called him a phony, among other vile epithets that I wouldn't dare repeat even on my deathbed. When I heard their disrespect toward the immortal monarch, my rage got the best of me, and I felt compelled to reprimand them." The sky above the city suddenly darkened despite the early hour, and it felt as if the world itself trembled in apprehension of some impending event. "What the hell is going on?" Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice. "I have a bad feeling about this." Shi Meili swallowed inwardly. How dare they, my beloved immortal monarch, unforgivable? Bai Ning murmured in a chilling tone, her presence radiating such killing intent that it could fill the heavens. She fixed her gaze on the startled Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili, and the intensity of her look sent shivers down their spines, their very instincts urging them to flee. Chapter 1271, Rules of Heaven. 1271, Rules of Heaven. I have a really bad feeling about her, worse than that crazy bastard. Feng Yuxiang mumbled, swallowing nervously. Shi Meili nodded, agreeing with her. She's definitely extremely dangerous. Even if we use our full strength, I don't think we'll be able to beat her. If only the young master was here, Feng Yuxiang sighed. However, just as Bai Ning prepared to approach them, she suddenly halted her movements. "Elder sister, what's wrong?" Bai Sutao asked her after noticing something off about her. "We're leaving," she said in a low voice. "What? No way. We need to punish. Then you can stay here. I won't be responsible for whatever happens next." Bai Ning glared at him before disappearing like a ghost without explaining any further. Seeing this, Bai Sutao pointed at Feng Yuxiang and roared, "You guys are the first to live another day after humiliating me. But don't you dare think for a second that this is over because I have remembered your scent. I will find you later and kill you, I swear upon my surname." After his declaration, Bai Sutao also disappeared from the scene, leaving everyone there speechless. What just happened? Why did they suddenly leave? Shi Meili was baffled by the turn of events. The guards snapped out of their daze shortly after, and since Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili were still there, they decided to apprehend them. "Don't let them escape as well," the leader of the guards shouted. However, just as they approached them, Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili's bodies suddenly looked as though they were being sucked into something, the space around them wrapping in a circular motion. A second later, they also disappeared into thin air, leaving the guards dumbfounded. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." The leader of the guards stomped the ground in anger before ordering the others. "I want half of you to chase after them. I don't care if they left the city or not. The other half will stay behind to clean up the mess they made in the city." Meanwhile, Bai Sutao chased Bai Ning several thousand miles away from the scene. When they eventually came to a halt, Bai Sutao asked her in an agitated voice, "Elder sister, why did you suddenly up and leave? You could have easily killed those bastards that mocked the immortal monarch." Pap Bai Ning abruptly turned around and slapped him in the face, sending him flying like a rag doll. "You dare raise your voice at me? Are you courting death?" she sneered. She turned to look towards the sky and mumbled a moment later, "We were being watched by someone at God Ascension. If we had stayed there for a little longer, that person would have likely attacked us, huh? Why would someone at that level attack us?" Bai Sutao expressed his surprise after standing back up. "It probably has something to do with those two you picked a fight with," she calmly said. I didn't pick a fight with them. They picked a fight with me by mocking our family and the immortal monarch." Bai Sutao panicked. "Do you really take me for a fool, you womanizing bastard? Knowing you and your tendencies, you got angry when they refused to follow you? This isn't the first time something like this has happened either." Bai Sutao tried to make another excuse, but he was immediately cut off by Bai Ning. "You even destroyed a city and killed innocent people. Don't think you'll get away with this. Once we return home, Father will deal with you accordingly." Bai Sutao's body trembled in fear upon hearing her words, but his hatred for Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili only increased as he still blamed them for his current situation. "I swear I will not rest until I make you bitches pay," he cried inwardly. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili had been teleported to another location. "Senior?" Feng Yuxiang realized why the heavenly white tigers had suddenly left when she saw Dong Ye standing before her. "Thank you for rescuing us. If it weren't for you, we would have probably died back there." Feng Yuxiang bowed to him. Dong Ye shook his head. "I should be apologizing for the delay. I had left this world temporarily to investigate something. But to pick a fight with the heavenly white tiger immortal clan, you're quite reckless, Lights Noble." But they started the fight. Shi Meili sighed. "Regardless of how it started, they will keep an eye out for you from now on, especially Bai Sutao. But there's no need to worry. That Bai Shutao is a well-known troublemaker, so there are usually people watching over him. I'm not worried about that fool at all, Feng Yuxiang said. I'm more worried about that woman who was with him. Jimeli sighed. Dong Ye shook his head and said, Actually, there is something else that you should be worrying about right now. What is it? Dong Ye pointed above them, where the sky seemed unnaturally dark for some reason. What is that? Jimeli asked with raised eyebrows. No way. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously when she saw the sky. Is it just me, or is that A? Heaven's tribulation? Dong Ye confirmed Feng Yuxiang's worries. Ha! Heaven's tribulation! Why is it over here? We weren't the ones who killed those innocent people, Jimeli exclaimed. No, but you did break a rule of heaven by being a spirit emperor and using such powers in a place that is limited to those below spirit emperor, Dong Ye explained to them. The reason why there are no cultivators above the limit given to each world, and why nobody in the upper heavens dares to descend without proper permission, is simply because of the rules of heaven. When someone violates a rule, an inescapable heavenly tribulation is invoked to punish the offender, with the severity of the tribulation determined by the individual's transgressions. As Feng Yuxiang and Jimeli had employed cultivation beyond the level of Spirit King in the third heaven, they had breached a rule of heaven, hence their current predicament. Chapter 1272, Heavenly Tribulation. Norden 172 Heavenly Tribulation. Senior, is there anything you can do? Feng Yuxiang looked at him for help. As this was her first encounter with Heavenly Tribulation, it was only natural for her to act nervous. Dong Yi sighed. There is, but there isn't at the same time. I could wipe away the Heavenly Tribulation for you this time, but it will eventually return in the future, and it will be much more powerful at that time. Therefore you can only face it. And he continued, Don't worry, your crime wasn't that bad. The Heavenly Tribulation won't kill you, but it will hurt a little. We have to confront it. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously. Don't worry. I have read stories of people using heavenly tribulations to temper their own bodies. It can't be that bad, Jimeli said, trying to comfort herself. Dong Ye then said, The heavenly tribulation is about to start. You should gain some distance away from each other so you don't make things harder for each other. I'll watch over you so you won't die. They felt much more at ease after hearing Dong Ye's words. A moment later, they began flying away from each other until they were at least 50 miles apart. The sky above them appeared normal for a few moments, almost as though they had escaped the heavenly tribulation. However, it would turn dark again after some time with tiny blue snakes dancing around the clouds. The next time I see that crazy bastard, I will definitely make him pay for this. Feng Yuxiang gritted her teeth as she prepared to confront the heavenly tribulation. She sat down and closed her eyes, clearly her mind. While this may be her first time being confronted by a heavenly tribulation, this wasn't her first time seeing one in the upper heavens. Heavenly tribulations occur on an almost daily basis, so she has witnessed a fair share of people fighting them. Many people perished before the heavenly tribulation, but some people have managed to escape, and just as Jimeli had said, some even used them as a body tempering method. Those who recklessly confronted the heavenly tribulation perished, while those who remained calm and allowed the heavenly tribulation to strike them managed to survive. Feng Yuxiang said to herself, eventually, amidst the darkened skies, a powerful and thick bolt of lightning descended upon Feng Yuxiang. Boom! In an instant, the ground around Feng Yuxiang was charred black, and it looked as if a bomb had been dropped in her area, with several miles of the land around her being affected by the heavenly tribulation. Feng Yuxiang, who used most of her spiritual energy to block the heavenly tribulation right before it struck her, managed to survive, but her entire body was dripping with blood. I managed to survive. She sighed inwardly, feeling a little relieved. Yet her despair grew as she realized that the black clouds above her had not dissipated, and it even looked as though it was preparing for a second strike. The number of strikes corresponded to the severity of one's crime, with 3 strikes being the most common. A few moments later, a second bolt of lightning descended on Feng Yuxiang. The destruction caused by the second strike was even more devastating than the first one, as heavenly tribulation only becomes more powerful with each strike. When struck by the second heavenly tribulation, Feng Yuxiang's life flashed before her eyes for a brief moment, recalling all of the time she spent with Yuan and the others, even though it was only a tiny portion of her experience. By the time the second strike came to an end, Feng Yuxiang had already exhausted all of her spiritual energy, leaving her completely vulnerable to the final and most powerful strike. As the heavenly tribulation gathered energy for the third strike, Feng Yuxiang laid on the ground and stared at the heavens with a blank look on her face. "Ah, I might actually die here today. I'm sorry, young master," Feng Yuxiang muttered as the third strike descended on her a moment later. Meanwhile, Jimeli returned to Dong Yi after her heavenly tribulation. Her appearance looked much better than Feng Yuxiang after her first strike, almost as though she didn't even experience the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation wasn't that bad. I expected much worse. Jimeli laughed merrily, and she continued, "I understand why some people use it to train their body now. I could feel my body being stronger than it was before the heavenly tribulation." She then asked Senior, "Where's Feng Yuxiang?" "Her heavenly tribulation should be ending soon," he said, after a few minutes of silence. He spoke again. "Follow me." Jimeli nodded and followed him to where Feng Yuxiang confronted her heavenly tribulation. When they arrived, Jimeli's eyes widened in shock as she gazed upon the devastation that far exceeded what she had experienced.
"What? In heaven's name happened here? Was this caused by the heavenly tribulation?"
"There's no way, right?" Jimeli turned to look at Dong Ye for answers Light's novel. He nodded and explained. The strength of one's heavenly tribulation depends on two primary factors, the gravity of their transgression and their personal strength. You may be a spirit emperor, but Feng Yuxiang's true strength is far stronger, hence the difference between your heavenly tribulation. Wait, but that's only if she has her original strength, right? There's no way she could have endured such a powerful heavenly tribulation with her current prowess because of the curse. Unfortunately, the heavens don't take into account such minor details. Dong Ye sighed. Then what happened to her? Don't tell me that she died. I cannot sense her presence. Jimeli began panicking when she realized this. She's not dead, but Dong Ye gestured towards an object lying on the ground at the epicenter of the devastation. What is that? Jimeli looked at the oval-shaped object in the distance with a profoundly puzzled expression on her face. The object was red and covered in golden symbols, was the size of a watermelon, but most important was its shape, as it was shaped like an egg. Are you trying to tell me that's Feng Yuxiang? How? Jimeli exclaimed a moment later. Chapter 1203, 31331 Return Jimeli landed before the red egg, but she didn't dare to touch it. Is this really Feng Yuxiang? How did something like this happen? Is she okay? She looked at Dong Ye for more answers. Dong Ye nodded and responded, "She's fine. She's currently in a state of recovery that occurs when a phoenix is on the verge of death. It's their final line of defense. While in this state, she will be protected by that shell until she fully recovers. With that being said, this isn't something just any ordinary phoenix can do. Only those with the powerful bloodlines would be able to do something like this, mostly those related to royalty. How long will it take for her to recover?" Jimeli then asked. "Unfortunately, it's hard to say. Some phoenixes may take months to recover, while others take years, and since her bloodline was cursed, it might take longer than usual. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes several decades for her to emerge from that shell." No way. Jimeli was speechless. She could have never expected something like this to happen right when Yuan left. "How should I explain this to Yuan when he returns?" She sighed. "Just tell him the truth. You're not at fault here. Neither of you are, so he won't blame you for it. I know, but it still sucks to be the bearer of bad news." After a moment of silence, Jimeli asked, "So what should we do with this egg, her shell? Take it with you and keep it safe?" Jimeli looked at the egg with a look of hesitation on her face. After all, it could be extremely fragile, and she did not want to cause any harm to it. Dong Ye smiled when he saw her expression, and he said, "Don't worry. The shell isn't so fragile that it would crack easily. In fact, it won't leave a scratch even if you were to attack it with your full strength. It isn't their final line of defense for nothing. If you say so, Jimeli felt much better after hearing Dong Ye's words, but she still handled it with extreme care when she picked it up, treating it as though it was a golden egg. I'll take you back to the cabin, where you can recover your own strength until my lord returns, Dong Ye said to her a moment later. Jimeli nodded, and they disappeared into thin air shortly after. Meanwhile, the city was in full panic after what had transpired. A good portion of the city had been destroyed by the event, and hundreds of people had perished. Tian Soyan and Tian Xianzu stood outside their home, looking at the destruction before them. Heavens, if the fight had been just one block closer, our residence would have been destroyed too. Tian Soyan muttered in a dazed voice, "Just what in heaven's name happened out there?" Tian Xianzu sighed. Back at the cabin, Jimeli asked Dong Ye, "Can you tell me a little more about the immortal clans? Just who are they?" "There's really not much to say about them. They are just a bunch of arrogant beasts running around with the immortal monarch's name behind their backs because their ancestors served him. In terms of influence, they are up there with the 4 ancient families and the royal families. Of course, they are also quite powerful, especially the Heavenly White Tiger clan. Their greatest strength is, well, their strength rivaling even dragons. So their ancestors served Yuan." Jimeli asked for clarification. "Indeed. The ancestor of the Heavenly White Tiger was one of the 9 supreme beings that followed the immortal monarch. He was a very loyal fellow who would put the immortal monarch before anything in his life. If the immortal monarch told him to jump off a bridge, he'd do it without hesitation. Some would even call it an obsession." "Seriously? If that's true, his descendants must have fallen quite hard." Jimeli shook her head as she recalled Bai Sutao's personality. The immortal clans used to be entirely different beasts with actual pride for their legacy. Nowadays, however, they are just a bunch of selfish bastards who abuse the immortal monarch's name for their own profits, and they get worse with each generation. Yuan won't be happy to hear this, Jimeli sighed. "The Lord will probably be pissed, especially after he fully recovers his memories." Dong Yi closed his eyes and recalled the immortal monarch's relationship with his followers and sighed inwardly. "Anyways, it's about time for me to leave again. I will return when the Lord returns." Dong Yi suddenly said, "Okay, once again. Thank you for saving us." Jimeli nodded. After Dong Ye left the cabin, Jimeli placed Feng Yuxiang on the bed and wrapped the blankets around her like some kind of nest. Then she sat on the wooden floor and began cultivating to recover her own injuries. A week passes in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jimeli did not stop her cultivation even for a second, and Feng Yuxiang remained unmoving on the bed. The city, which had been ravaged by Bai Sutao, had now been cleaned up and was in the process of restoration. On Earth, Yuan would spend most of his time in the bedroom with Meixiu and Chu Liushang, only leaving from time to spar with Li Jinxi. As for the other members of the faction, they were busy with their own things in Cultivation Online. Another week passed with little change in everyone's routine. During this time, Yuan managed to contact Bai Lihua to thank her for the information regarding the 10 great families. He wanted to speak with Yu Ru, but she was busy inside Cultivation Online and wouldn't come out any time soon. "I will let Yu Ru know that you tried to contact her later. Do you want to set up a meeting for when she returns?" Bai Lihua asked him. "No, it's fine. I will be returning to Cultivation Online soon, and I don't know when I will return this time." "I see then. If there's any message you want me to pass to her, just let me know." Yuan nodded. "Then can you tell her?" "I understand. I'll let her know." "Thank you again." After his conversation with Bai Lihua ended, Yuan notified Meixiu and the others that he would be returning to Cultivation Online that day. "Then I'll meet you guys at Cultivator's Haven in a bit." Yuan said to them. Meixiu, Chu Liuxiang, and Li Jinxi nodded in acknowledgement before they returned to their rooms. Chapter 1274. Where's Feng Feng? 1274. Where's Feng Feng? After returning to his room, Yuan placed the console on his head and entered Cultivation Online. What happened here? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner when he saw the buildings around him being repaired. You didn't hear? A pedestrian heard his mumbling and said, "A huge fight between several powerful cultivators occurred in the middle of this city about 2 weeks ago, destroying a third of the city and killing hundreds of innocent people. Right after I left for my break? How unfortunate." Yuan sighed, as he could have probably done something to prevent it. The culprits were never caught either, as they had vanished into thin air like ghosts right as the guards surrounded them. Thank you for the information. Not paying any more attention to the events, Yuan tried to notify Feng Yuxiang of his return. Feng, I am back. Where are you guys? However, there was no response from Feng Yuxiang, even after waiting for several minutes. Yuan didn't find anything weird about it initially, because he could still feel his connection with her. Did she go so far away that she can't hear me in just 2 weeks? Where on earth did they go? He wondered inwardly. Yuan tried to contact Feng Yuxiang again, but when he received no response, he decided to visit the Tian family first. The old lady answered the doors again, but she allowed him to enter their household immediately. Please wait in the guest room. I'll call for the masters. Thank you. Sometime later, Tian Suyin entered the guest room. Where is the senior? Yuan asked in a slightly worried tone. He returned to the sect first. I'll be returning soon with Yanyu. Oh, that's good. I thought he was caught up in the incident 2 weeks ago. We were almost caught up in it. If they had fought even a block closer to our house, we wouldn't be here right now. A fight between spirit kings in the middle of a city. I can't imagine the kind of crazy bastards that would do such a reckless thing. Tian Suyen shook her head. Anyways, what are you doing here? I just wanted to speak with Miss Yanyu one last time before I leave this place, he said. Oh, right. You did say something like that before leaving last time? Although she's still holed up in her room. She's definitely getting better. I'll see if she's ready to speak with you now. Thank you. Tian Suyin then left to find Tian Yanyu in her room after knocking on the door. Tian Suyin announced, Yuan is here to see you. Some shuffling could be heard from inside the room before it went silent again. Tian Suyin sighed. When are you going to stop being so childish? Do you have any idea how many times your father has been rejected by me in the past? Anyway, this is probably your last chance to see him. Once he leaves, he will be leaving the third heaven for good, so. Before Tian Suyen could even finish her sentence, the door slammed open, and Tian Yanyu came out with a resolute expression on her face, without saying anything to Tian Suyen. Tian Yanyu walked to the guest room where Yuan was waiting. It's good to see you again. Yuan smiled at her appearance. Tian Yanyu nodded, and she spoke in a low voice. Sorry for leaving so abruptly last time. It's fine. Yuan shook his head. Anyways, I'm here to say my goodbyes today, as I will be heading towards the fourth heaven soon. Tian Yanyu gritted her teeth after hearing his words, and the thought of not being able to see him again greatly disturbed her heart to the point where she could feel pain. Lights Novel, after a moment of silence. Tian Yanyu spoke in a soft yet resolute voice. I may not be worthy right now, but I swear that I will become someone worthy of being beside you the next time we meet. She then bowed to him and continued, Thank you for everything, Yuan. I will remember it for the rest of my life. Unsure of how to respond to her, Yuan could only silently nod his head in acknowledgement. The next moment, Tian Yanyu turned around and walked away, returning to her room. Let's return to the sect as soon as possible, Mother. Tian Yanyu said to Tian Suyen in the hallway. Tian Suyen nodded. We can leave in the morning. I'll go pack my things then. After Tian Yanyu disappeared into her room, Tian Suyen returned to the guest room. Then I'll be taking my leave now, Yuan said as he prepared to leave. Stay safe. Tian Suyen said to him as he left their front gate, as Yuan walked away from the Tian family's household. A figure appeared before him like a ghost. Welcome back, my liege. Dong Ye bowed to him in a respectful manner. Perfect timing. I was going to call for you in just a moment, Yuan said. Do you have another mission for me? He nodded. Yes, and this one is quite crucial. Dong Ye nodded. I understand. However, there is something that you should know right away. What's the matter? Yuan had a bad feeling when he saw Dong Ye's expression. It's related to your servant, Feng Yusheng. Yuan frowned upon hearing this, and he inquired, Did something happen to her? It'll be much easier to explain if you saw the situation for yourself. I'll bring us to the cabin immediately. Dong Ye waved his sleeves, teleporting both of them to the cabin. When they arrived outside the cabin, Ji Meili could be seen standing by the door. Are you okay, Meili? Yuan asked her, since he knew that she had been with Feng Yuxiang before he left. She nodded. Yes, I am, but Feng Yuxiang, she... Once they entered the cabin, Yuan looked around the room with a puzzled face, as he had expected to see Feng Yuxiang, but there was only a single egg resting on the bed. Where's Feng Feng? He asked. Ji Meili pointed at the egg on the bed and replied, She's right over there, eh? Yuan muttered in a dazed manner with a baffled look on his face. Chapter 1275, Find Me Bai Sutao. This egg is Feng Feng. How on earth Yuan approached the egg and inspected it with more attention, and sure enough he could sense his connection with Feng Yuxiang inside the egg, albeit a bit faint. How did this happen? He turned to look at Ji Meili. Ji Meili released a sigh and proceeded to explain the whole situation to him. You see, shortly after you left, we wandered the city and were approached by someone from the immortal clans, the Heavenly White Tiger clan. That person wanted us to spend some time with him, but we refused. One thing led to another, and we ended up fighting this person. This person was incredibly powerful, so powerful that even when working together we couldn't defeat him. Things got crazy, and we ended up unsealing our cultivation past Spirit King. However, because only Spirit Kings and below are allowed in the third heaven, we'd essentially broken a rule of heaven, which provoked a heavenly tribulation. I managed to survive my tribulation, but Feng Yuxiang wasn't as lucky, as her tribulation was much more powerful than mine, since it calculated her true strength even though she had her powers suppressed. In the end, she entered this state, which she will remain until she recovers from her injuries. Yuan was speechless after learning about the situation. What kind of bullshit is this? He muttered in a cold voice. You guys were simply protecting yourselves from that bastard. Yet you were the ones punished for it? His body trembled in anger, and the atmosphere in the cabin changed drastically, with the temperature dropping like an anchor in water. When Dong Ye sensed the intense bloodlust within Yuan's aura, his body shivered from excitement, as it reminded him of the evil god during the war. So, you're the ones who caused all that ruckus in the city, huh? Yuan mumbled a moment later. That was mostly the Heavenly White Tiger's fault. He recklessly used his powers, destroying the city and killing hundreds of innocent people. I know you don't have to tell me, Yuan said, and he continued. You're not at fault here, so don't blame yourself for what happened to that city and those people. In fact, you're also the victims here. He turned to Dong Ye and asked, The immortal clans, tell me about them. Dong Ye nodded and repeated what he told Ji Meili some time ago. The immortal clans are derived from the supreme beings that followed the immortal monarch, your liege, in the past. They are basically their descendants, and they are essentially royalty within the world of beasts. The immortal clans used to be noble clans that would continue the immortal monarch's legacy by improving the relationship between humans and beasts, even after his disappearance. Unfortunately, they are just a bunch of selfish and arrogant pricks nowadays that abuse their power and influence, smearing the immortal monarch's name and legacy. The Heavenly White Tiger clan is one of these immortal clans. Their ancestor was a loyal servant of the immortal monarch, someone I greatly admired. While they may not be as influential as some other immortal clans, they are undoubtedly one of the most powerful in terms of sheer strength. Yuan nodded and inquired for more details. What can you tell me about the bastard who attacked them? His name is Bai Zutao. He's the 6th oldest among over 50 children in the clan. He's quite notorious in the upper heavens as the Heavenly White Tiger clan's #1 troublemaker and a lecherous playboy who pursues any beauty he encounters. In terms of strength, he ranks as the 3rd strongest among his siblings. His bloodline is very pure, only second to the eldest in the family, so the clan treasures him and overlooks many of his deeds. His cultivation is currently suppressed to Spirit King, but his true cultivation is at first level Immortal Ascension. He cultivates the Heavenly White Tiger clan's secret technique that can only be taught to those with a strong bloodline. Dong Yi spoke of Bag Sutao in great detail, almost as though he had investigated Bag Sutao to extreme lengths for many years. "Then where can I find him?" Yuan inquired at the end. "I will seek him out if that is your command." Dong Yi said, "Please do. I won't leave the third heaven until I make him pay for hurting my precious companions." "My liege?" Dong Ye seemed a little bit worried after hearing his words. "Immortal Ascension? How far up is that compared to a Spirit King?" Shi Mei suddenly asked. "That would be 12 entire realms." "Above Spirit King is Spirit Emperor, then Spirit Sovereign, and lastly, Spirit Enlightenment. Past Spirit Enlightenment is the Divine Realm, which consists of 9 separate realms. It is also what most people in the upper heavens call the true beginning of cultivation. At the end of the Divine Realm is the Immortal Ascension Realm, and only after Immortal Ascension could one be considered an immortal cultivator." "That's a lot of realms." Shi Mei was speechless. Dong Ye nodded. "That's why I highly advise against approaching Bai Zutao now, my liege. Although you may have the upper hand with his suppressed cultivation, you won't stand a chance against him if he gets even a little serious." Yuan remained resolute and mumbled, "So I have a good chance at killing him before he unseals his powers, huh? That's good enough for me." Dong Ye's eyes widened at his words and quickly responded, "My liege, until you have enough power to deal with the entire Heavenly White Tiger clan, you should refrain from doing something so drastic and reckless. I understand that you are angry, but even I won't be able to protect you if the Heavenly White Tiger clan were to seriously come after you for killing their treasured child. They are that powerful?" Yuan frowned, "Mom." "Yes, they may not be as noble as previously, but they are definitely as powerful. Killing Bai Sutao will not only endanger your own life, but your friends as well." Yuan closed his eyes to ponder Dong Ye's words. A moment later, he opened his eyes, which flickered with a vicious light, and mumbled, "In other words, I can do anything but kill him directly, right?" "What do you plan on doing?" Dong Ye asked, after swallowing nervously. "Don't worry about it, and find me Bai Sutao." He spoke in a commanding tone. Dong Ye sighed inwardly, but he could not refuse Yuan's orders and nodded. "I understand. I'll locate Bai Sutao by the end of the day." Chapter 1-76, Locating Bai Sutao. 1-76, Locating Bai Sutao. Sometime later, Yuan asked, "How long will she stay inside that egg?" "Until she fully recovers from her injuries, which could take months, if not years, and since her bloodline was cursed, it will probably take years," Dong Ye explained. "Years!" Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration after learning that it could potentially be years until he sees Feng Yuxiang again. Not wanting to wait such a long time, he asked, "Is there anything we can do to lower that time, help her recover faster?" "There is one way. Since you're the immortal monarch, your blood should be able to help her recover faster, as well as weaken her curse at the same time." Dong Ye said, "With that being said, you should not give her too much of your blood, as it could have the opposite effect and affect her negatively. How much blood should I give her?" "A few drops once a week should suffice." "Okay." Yuan didn't hesitate to feed several drops of his blood to Feng Yuxiang immediately. The moment his blood touched the egg's surface, the golden symbols surrounding it emitted a faint glow, and his blood was absorbed into the shell as if it were being consumed. "Looks like it's working," Dong Yi said. Yuan sighed in relief, and he prayed that it wouldn't take years before they met again. He then asked, "One more thing. Can I take her with me when I travel?" Dong Yi nodded. "Of course, however, if you want to carry her around safely, you'll need a special spatial ring that can store living entities inside. Fortunately, I happen to have something like that with me." He proceeded to retrieve a spatial ring and offered it to Yuan. "This is a grand spatial ring. Unlike ordinary spatial rings, they have a whole world inside, allowing you to carry around living beings." The only drawback is its size, so you won't be able to fit as many things inside as an ordinary spatial ring. Even the biggest grand spatial rings out there won't have as much capacity as a medium-sized spatial ring or storage pouch. This grand spatial ring has enough room to fit Feng Yuxiang and 2 other individuals. Thank you for this. Yuan accepted the grand spatial ring. As curious as he was about its value, he feared that he would not be able to accept it after learning about it. My liege, Dong Ye called him. Yeah? When Yuan looked at him, Dong Ye suddenly lowered his head and spoke in a sincere voice. I'm truly sorry for this inconvenience. If this useless sack of old bones had shown up a little earlier, your precious friends wouldn't have been hurt. I had left the third heaven briefly to investigate the other ancient seal holders, but this isn't meant to be an excuse at all. I will accept any punishment you may have for me. Yuan shook his head and said, Stop it. You're not at fault here, and if it weren't for you, things would have ended much worse for all of us. So if anything, I should be thanking you. Thank you for protecting my friends, Dong Ye. Ah, my liege, Dong Ye muttered, as he felt profound emotions welling up within his ancient soul. He then stood tall and spoke in a serious voice. This humble servant shall look for Bai Sutao right now. If you need anything, just send me a message and I will come running back. Take us back to the city before you leave, Yuan said as he stored Feng Yuxiang inside the grand special ring. Sometime later, Yuan and Shi Meili returned to the city while Dong Ye went to find Bai Sutao. What are we going to do now? Shi Meili asked him. I'm going to meet up with some of my friends to let them know that there will be a slight delay in our journey, and then I will deal with Bai Sutao. After that, I'll find Liang Shaosheng for his ancient seal. Oh, I also have to deal with the 10 great families before we make our way to the 4th heaven. Your friends, 10 great families? Shi Meili raised her eyebrows. Oh, you haven't met them yet, but they'll be traveling with us to the 4th heaven. As for the 10 great families, they aren't even worth mentioning. Yuan briefly explained. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the cultivator's haven. When he arrived, he could see 3 beauties standing outside the building. When these beauties noticed him, they immediately walked over with smiles on their faces.
Who is this? Chu Liuxiang asked, her gaze fixated on Shi Meili.
This is Shi Meili. Yuan introduced her. Oh, you're the princess from the ancient dragon city, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Chu Liuxiang. Meishu, Li Jinxi. These are my friends, and they'll be traveling with us, Yuan added. Hello. I wasn't expecting to travel with such a large group. Shi Meili greeted them with a bright smile. However, she was crying inwardly. These 3 humans are so gorgeous. Does he only have beautiful females as friends or something? Not only are his servants beautiful, but even his traveling companions are beautiful. This made Shi Meili recall her talk with Shi Mingze about having more rivals in the future. Meanwhile, Yuan said to them, I'm sorry, but something came up, so I'll have to delay it for a little longer. What happened? Is there anything we can do to help? Meishu asked. Yuan showed them Feng Yuxiang's egg and explained the situation to them. What? How dare that bastard do such a thing to Feng Feng? Chu Liuxiang was greatly agitated by the end. Yuan, are you okay? We'll be here if you need to talk, Meishu said. He nodded. I'm fine, but I'll make that bastard pay for hurting them. Should I help you? Li Jinxi asked. No, this man is really powerful. Even I wouldn't be able to defeat him if he used his full power. If he's as powerful as you say, how will you make him pay? He restricted his cultivation to Spirit King to obey the rules of this place, so it's not as though he's untouchable from the get-go. I see then. Good luck. The next moment, Dong Ye's voice echoed in Yuan's mind. My liege, I've located Bai Sutao. Yuan's eyes sparkled with a profound intensity as he inquired, Where is he? Chapter 1277, Meeting Bai Sutao. After hearing that Dong Ye had located Bai Sutao, Yuan immediately asked, Where is he? He is about 30,000 miles away in a city called East Victory. Dong Ye said. Yuan then said to Meishu and the others, I just received news of Bai Sutao's location. So I will be heading there now. Xiaohua, Yingying, stay here with them. I don't want you guys to get involved. Xiaohua and Lan Yingying left his body after hearing his words. Are you sure, Brother Yuan? I can come with you just in case, Xiaohua asked him in a slightly worried voice, as he was essentially picking a fight with someone who was close to reaching immortality. The difference between their prowess was so vast that no amount of talent would help him win. Yuan nodded with a calm smile. Don't worry, I have some tricks up my sleeves, and there's still Dong Ye who will be watching over me. Okay, stay safe. Xiaohua no longer tried to convince him to not confront Bai Sutao alone. Make sure you beat that bastard up good, Yuan. Chu Liuxiang cheered for him. Yuan disappeared from their sights the following moment after being transported by Dong Ye. My liege, although I will be watching over you, I won't intervene unless your life is on the line and you are completely helpless. Please don't misunderstand, as it would put you and your friends in even greater danger if my presence is revealed to be connected to you. After all, I am already being hunted by the Celestial Emperor and his dogs, and your true identity must remain hidden until you are powerful enough. Don't worry, Dong Ye. I understand, and I only need you to take me out of there when I give you the signal as you command. Once Yuan arrived at the city, he asked, Bai Sutao is inside that city, correct? Indeed. I cannot fight him while he is still inside that city, as I do not want to repeat what happened to the other city. If the two of us fought, the entire city would surely be destroyed. Is there any way to lure him out here? Yuan pondered out loud with a slight frown on his face. I could wrap him out here, but that is out of the question, as such actions would leave my scent on him. I'll think of something while I take a good look at him for myself, Yuan said as he approached the city. Meanwhile, inside the city, Bai Sutao approached a beautiful woman who caught his interest and introduced himself. How are you doing, my lady? I'm Bai Sutao, and I am from the upper heavens. Would you like to have tea with me? The woman chuckled and said, Upper heavens. This is my first time hearing that for a pickup line. If you came from the upper heavens, then I am the emperor's wife. Naturally, the woman did not believe for a second that Bai Sutao had come from the upper heavens. After all, why would someone from the upper heavens be wasting his time courting women in broad daylight? However, Bai Sutao did not appear to be offended by her reaction at all, and continued smiling. You don't believe me? Then how about this? Bai Sutao retrieved a medallion from his spatial ring and showed it to the woman. Only those who have been authorized to descend are given this medallion. Do you believe me now? The woman covered her mouth as her face became filled with surprise. You are really from the upper heavens? What are you doing down here? She inquired. Just some family business that doesn't really require my attention, so I decided to come out to play a little. How about it, pretty lady? Do you have some time to spare? The woman pondered a little before nodding. Just a little, okay? Great. Follow me. Bai Sutao chuckled as he led the woman into a nearby restaurant. Yuan watched the whole scene from a distance. What an unbelievable fellow. He destroyed a city and killed hundreds of innocent people not long ago, and he's already back to courting girls like it never happened. Yuan was speechless. After spending some time pondering what he should do, Yuan entered the same restaurant. Hello. How may I help you? The receptionist was slightly startled when she saw Yuan's appearance, but she didn't say anything about it. I'm here with my friend. He has white and black hair, and he came in here with a woman with brown hair. Yuan said, light snovel, Oh, they're on the 3rd floor, thank you. Yuan gave her a slight nod before walking to the 3rd floor. There were several private rooms on the 3rd floor, all of them with their doors closed. Yuan approached the one at the end of the hallway and opened it without hesitation. Inside, Bai Sutao and the woman had been chatting merrily until they were suddenly interrupted. Wu, who the hell are you? Bai Sutao immediately questioned Yuan. However, Yuan didn't respond to his question, and instead laughed in a mocking tone. Bai Sutao, did you trick another naive woman with that fake medallion of yours? I must say, you're quite the genius to have come up with such a plan. What? The woman's face became filled with disbelief upon hearing his words. What the fuck are you talking about? My medallion is real, and who the fuck are you? Remove your mask and show me your face. Bai Sutao was as taken aback as the woman and panicked for a moment. You despicable bastard. In a fit of anger, the woman threw her tea at Bai Sutao, soaking his face, and then stormed out of the room without giving him a chance to defend himself. Yuan didn't say anything and merely stared at Bai Sutao in silence. A moment later, Bai Sutao's voice cracked with fury as he bellowed, You fucking bastard! His entire body quivered with rage as he slammed the table, destroying it. Seeing his reaction, a smile appeared on Yuan's face that was covered by his mask. Chapter 1278, confronting Bai Sutao, Ein 12278, confronting Bai Sutao. I don't care who you are. I swear upon my name that I will rip you from limb to limb and feed your bones to the dogs for this humiliation. Bai Sutao growled as he stood up and glared at Yuan with intense killing intent in his gaze. In his entire life he has never felt so humiliated before, and what he experienced with Feng Yusheng and Shi Meili could be neglected in comparison. In response, Yuan chuckled, Rip me from limb to limb? You can't even court girls properly, yet you want to do something that complicated? I cannot wait to see you try. Bai Sutao's face was so red from anger that steam could be seen coming out of his ears. I'm going to kill you. Bai Sutao's aura exploded. However, before Bai Sutao could do anything, Yuan escaped through the window. Bai Sutao was taken aback by this and roared, Are you serious? Where the fuck do you think you're going? Without even thinking about it, Bai Sutao immediately chased after Yuan. While in hot pursuit of Yuan, Bai Sutao couldn't help but notice the familiarity in Yuan's movement technique. However, his seething anger prevented him from realizing that it was the very same technique employed by Feng Yuxiang when they fought. Hey, you're a little slow for a dog? Are you hurt somewhere? Do you want me to slow down a little for you? Yuan suddenly took the time to provoke Bai Sutao in the middle of their cat-and-mouse chase. Bai Sutao was so angry that he couldn't even find any words to respond. Instead, he released a primal, thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. In the very next moment, his speed surged dramatically. Seeing this, Yuan also increased his speed just enough that it seemed like Bai Sutao was slowly catching up. Eventually, they ventured so far from the city that nothing but trees and mountains stretched as far as the eye could discern. Once he was confident that their fight would not disturb anyone, Yuan slowed down to a halt. When Bai Sutao saw this chance, his eyes lit up, and without stopping, he rushed at Yuan with his claw-like hands, ready to snatch Yuan by the throat. Right as Bai Sutao's claws reached his throat, Yuan's figure flickered, disappearing right before Bai Sutao's eyes. Gah! Yuan re-emerged by Bai Sutao's side the next instant. His fist struck deep into Bai Sutao's stomach, forcing everything he had consumed at the restaurant out. And without giving Bai Sutao a chance to recover, Yuan continued to beat him until Bai Sutao eventually escaped from his grasp. You fucking bastard! Bai Sutao muttered as he gasped for air. Underestimating Yuan due to his Spirit King cultivation turned out to be a costly mistake for Bai Sutao, resulting in a thorough beating for several moments. If his friends learned that he'd taken a beating from someone in the third heaven, even if it was just for a brief moment, he would become a laughingstock for several centuries. I will admit that you took me by surprise there. However, that was your only chance to kill me, and you just missed it, Bai Sutao said after he wiped the puke from his mouth. Is that so? Yuan remained calm as he waited for Bai Sutao's next move. Before I kill you, tell me, why did you come after me? And why are you hiding your face behind a mask? Are you afraid that I would recognize you? Or are you just that ugly? Bai Sutao inquired with an arrogant look on his face. No real reason at all. You look like a good punching bag, and I just couldn't help myself. Yuan casually shrugged. I see, Bai Sutao murmured as his aura surged drastically. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'm going to give you a slow and painful death. Bai Sutao exclaimed as his figure flickered, disappearing into thin air. Heavenly Tiger's advance, Bai Sutao, materialized behind Yuan in an instant, his claw-like hands already closing in on Yuan's neck. Heavenly Tiger's fangs without glancing back. Yuan pivoted around, his fist shrouded in a tyrannical energy. Relentless dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens with intent. Yuan directed his fist squarely at Bai Sutao's claw-like hands. When their attacks clashed, Bai Sutao grimaced in excruciating pain as Yuan's overwhelming strength obliterated his entire right arm, tearing his muscles and shattering his bones instantly like Snovel.
Ah!
Fuck! Bai Sutao hastily backed away from Yuan. When he looked at his right arm, it was a gruesome mess, looking as though it had been through a meat grinder. The very next moment, Bai Sutao reached into his spatial ring with his left hand and retrieved a pill, tossing it directly into his mouth. Yuan then watched as Bai Sutao's destroyed arm made a full recovery within seconds before his very eyes. That medicine is pretty strong. If only your arm was as strong as the medicine, it wouldn't have snapped like a twig. Yuan did not forget to provoke him some more. Bai Sutao glared at him with a deep frown. What the hell is going on? He's clearly only a spirit king, so how is he overpowering me? He wondered inwardly. The strength he had exerted could have effortlessly vanquished both Feng Yuxiang and Sime Li in a single blow, yet he suffered another humiliating defeat at the hands of a mere spirit king, a human at that. After experiencing so many defeats, not to mention the pain of his arm being destroyed, Bai Sutao's fury subsided, granting him a moment of clarity. In his current condition, he could see that the masked man wasn't an ordinary human, and there was something profound about him. "You're not from this realm, are you?" Bai Sutao asked him. "No, I am not." Yuan gave him a proper response for the first time. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Bai Sutao swiftly deduced that Yuan must hail from the upper heavens, much like himself. No wonder why he's wearing that mask. He doesn't want me to know his identity, he thought. Unbeknownst to him, he was only half right. But he couldn't have guessed that Yuan was someone from Earth, at world that is even weaker than the lower heavens. Chapter 1279, Overwhelming Prowess. 1279, Overwhelming Prowess. Despite coming from the upper heavens and knowing my identity, you still dared to assault me. Are you insane? I can have your entire family executed for your crimes. Bai Sutao sneered. What are you talking about? You're the one who assaulted me first, Yuan said. I'm only defending myself. Bullshit. If you hadn't humiliated me with that lie at the restaurant, we wouldn't be here right now. Me? Lie? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yuan acted stupid. Bai Sutao could feel his anger coming back. Enough of this. I don't care why you approached me, but you'll regret it. I'll make sure of it. Bai Sutao's aura increased even further, almost as though he had no limits to his strength, and without saying anything else he began attacking Yuan again. However, he still found himself on the losing end, being punched left and right by Yuan. Fuck! 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 I don't care anymore. Even if I have to deal with a heavenly tribulation later, I will not let this bastard humiliate me any longer. Having reached this decision, Bai Sutao immediately unsealed his cultivation base, propelling it from peak Spirit King to peak Spirit Emperor in a mere heartbeat. As he ascended to the rank of Spirit Emperor, his aura underwent a profound transformation, and his spiritual energy surged skyward, exuding a powerful presence that was prohibited in the third heaven. He's still underestimating me, huh? Yuan grinned upon witnessing Bai Sutao's transformation. Well, this couldn't be more perfect. Meanwhile, Bai Sutao became enraged when he noticed that Yuan was still in the Spirit King realm, misunderstanding the situation. How dare he look down on me? Bai Sutao surmised that Yuan's reluctance to unseal his cultivation stemmed from a perception of being underestimated. After taking a moment to channel his anger into energy, Bai Sutao rushed at Yuan again. Now that he was an entire realm above Yuan, Bai Sutao expected to waste him without any effort. Heavenly Tiger's Destruction Wave. Bai Sutao roared, attacking Yuan with the same technique that destroyed a third of a city, yet it was 100 times stronger than previously. In the blink of an eye, the sound waves generated by the technique obliterated the scenery behind Yuan, reducing the trees and even mountains to nothingness. "What?" Bai Sutao's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed that Yuan remained unscathed by his assault, even though he was convinced it had not missed its mark. In response, Yuan cleaned his ears with his pinky and muttered, "Can you not do that again? That tickled my ears. How did you?" Right as Bai Shutao opened his mouth, Yuan rushed at him and started beating on him again, almost as though Bai Shutao's increased cultivation never even happened. Ah! After snapping out of his daze, Bai Shutao removed some more of his restraints, reaching peak spirit sovereign. "D, you bastard!" Bai Shutao's arms suddenly transformed into tiger arms. Heavenly tigers severing fury. He unleashed a dozen swings of his claws at Yuan, each stroke giving rise to 5 formidable wind blades that cleaved through everything in their path, their power and sharpness rivaling that of sword aura. Using nothing but his bare hands, Yuan swung them at the wind blades, effortlessly cutting them in half, as if he were chopping through mere twigs. The split wind blades continued to fly into the distance, cleaving through anything that dared to block their paths as easily as cutting tofu. No way, what are you?" Bai Sutao was in disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that he was still being overwhelmed by a spirit king while he was a spirit sovereign. Even though he could increase his cultivation even further to spirit enlightenment, he was hesitant to do so, as his heavenly tribulation would grow stronger as he unsealed more of his powers, and using the powers of a spirit enlightenment in the third heaven would threaten even someone like him as long as he remained in this realm. With increasing his cultivation ruled out as an option, Bai Sutao resolved to execute the next best course of action. "Light Snowville, I didn't think I would bring this out in a place like this," Bai Sutao muttered, as he retrieved a pair of white gloves that resembled a tiger's paw. The pair of gloves emitted a distinct aura that could only be associated with soul weapons, a feeling that Yuan was well acquainted with. The moment he wore the gloves, Bai Sutao's aura skyrocketed even further, even though his cultivation remained the same. Each soul weapon possessed its individual set of effects, and the gloves seemed to have substantially increased Bai Sutao's stats, as he was at least 3 times more powerful compared to just moments ago. Yuan contemplated summoning his Empyrean overlord, but he was concerned that such an action might unveil his true identity, so he had to decide between Starry Abyss or Dragon's Soul. "Since I have never used Dragon's Soul before, it'll almost be impossible to identify me unless they go to the ancient Dragon City," Yuan thought to himself, summoning Dragon's Soul a moment later. "Che, so you also have a soul weapon." Although Bai Sutao wasn't surprised that someone as powerful as Yuan had a soul weapon, he had hoped that wasn't the case. Whatever. Even if you have a soul weapon, there's no way it's more powerful than mine, which belonged to the heavenly white tiger god himself, Bai Sutao exclaimed as he confronted Yuan with confidence. Even though he summoned his soul weapon, Yuan didn't immediately use it and still relied on his limbs to fight Bai Sutao, mostly his legs. Seeing this, Bai Sutao didn't even bother to dodge his kicks, allowing them to strike him on purpose. Yuan immediately realized why Bai Sutao had disposed of all of his defenses, as there seemed to be an invisible armor protecting him that absorbed all of the kicks. "It's no use. As long as I am wielding my beast's unyielding might, none of your attacks will affect me. You won't be able to touch even a single hair on my body now. Ha. Bai Sutao laughed out loud as he focused solely on offense, pouncing on Yuan like a mad tiger. Chapter 151 Breaking Bai Sutao. 180 Breaking Bai Sutao, despite the ineffectiveness of his initial attacks, which felt like punching a steel wall. Yuan persisted in his efforts to breach Bai Sutao's defenses. Ha. It's futile. You can keep struggling, but my defense is invincible. Bai Sutao chortled maniacally. Heavenly tigers severing fury. Not only did Bai Sutao's defenses experience a substantial boost, but his offensive capabilities also soared, perhaps even surpassing his formidable defenses. "What's wrong? Is your soul weapon just for show?" Bai Sutao provoked him after noticing that he hadn't used his weapon once since he summoned it. "Are you sure? I don't want to accidentally kill you," Yuan replied. "I'd like to see you try." Bai Sutao grinned, and he suddenly stopped moving. He spread his arms and gestured, "Come, I'll even give you a chance to kill me." Yuan narrowed his eyes at Bai Sutao. "Go ahead. What are you waiting for?" Bai Sutao began approaching him with complete confidence written all over his face. "Then I won't be humble." Without any hesitation, Yuan swung the dragon's soul at Bai Sutao, but he didn't aim for the neck. Sha! The following moment, Bai Sutao's eyes widened with disbelief when the dragon's soul tore right through his invisible armor and detached his right arm, almost as though his defenses had suddenly disappeared. "What?" Bai Sutao immediately distanced himself from Yuan before taking out another pill and swallowing it. A few seconds later, his severed arm regenerated entirely. Yuan then pointed at his severed arm in the distance and said, "Go, grab your soul weapon. I won't touch you until you do. You bastard." The confidence on Bai Sutao's face had been wiped clean off, and he hastily went to retrieve his soul weapon, feeling humiliated once again. Meanwhile, Yuan couldn't help but be inwardly impressed by the dragon's soul's performance. He had struck Bai Sutao without employing any techniques just now, yet he had effortlessly severed Bai Sutao's arm. As expected of a soul weapon that is related to the dragon goddess, he smiled inwardly. After realizing that Yuan could somehow penetrate his defenses, Bai Sutao refrained from recklessly approaching him. Curse it all! Just who is this guy? Why is he so incredibly powerful? I've never heard of anyone like him in the upper heavens. Bai Sutao lamented inwardly, his thoughts in turmoil as he desperately sought to uncover Yuan's true identity. Seeing Bai Sutao's hesitation, Yuan smiled and spoke. "Why are you thinking so much? Just increase your cultivation again. Maybe you'll be able to suppress me when you're at spirit enlightenment?" Bai Sutao clenched his teeth in frustration. Though he was reluctant to unlock more of his cultivation, he couldn't imagine defeating Yuan in his current state. "Do I have no other choice? Damn it all. If I don't do it, he might actually kill me." In the end, Bai Sutao decided to increase his cultivation once again, entering the first level of spirit enlightenment. In his thoughts, Bai Sutao recognized that without increasing his cultivation, he would likely meet his end at Yuan's hands. However, he believed he had a reasonable chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation due to the abundance of resources at his disposal. Naturally, he had little confidence in overcoming Yuan even with the release of his full cultivation, but such considerations had to be set aside for the moment. "So this is spirit enlightenment, huh? The pressure is no joke." Yuan swallowed nervously after feeling the oppressive aura being exuded by Bai Sutao. Not only was Bai Sutao now 3 entire realms above him, but Bai Sutao wasn't an ordinary spirit enlightenment cultivator either. He hailed from a formidable clan in the upper heavens and possessed a true cultivation level far beyond spirit enlightenment. "Now that things have reached this point, I will have to get serious or I'll die," Yuan thought to himself. He closed his eyes and recalled the feeling he had felt when he transformed Dragon Awakening. In the following instant, Yuan's black hair transformed to a shimmering gold, and his eyes ignited with a brilliant gold hue. His aura swelled, emanating a domineering presence. "What?" Bai Sutao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Yuan's transformation, and he mumbled in a bewildered tone, "You were a beast all along?" Having held the belief that Yuan was a human this entire time, and observing no prior indications of Yuan being a beast, this revelation greatly astonished him. Lights novel. Yuan aimed his spear at Bai Sutao, his voice chillingly cold as he remarked, "Try not to die too quickly." The instant his sentence ended, Yuan attacked Bai Sutao. Yuan's movements were so swift that Bai Sutao could scarcely react, and before he even realized, his left leg had been cleanly severed. Bai Sutao didn't even have the time to express his pain before Yuan attacked again, aiming for his other leg. Bai Sutao swiftly evaded the attack, but despite his efforts, Yuan's spear still grazed him, tearing away a chunk of flesh from his other leg. When he realized that his strength was still insufficient, Bai Sutao did not hesitate to increase his cultivation again, entering the second level of spirit enlightenment. He also tossed another pill into his mouth, quickly regrowing his lost limbs. Seeing this, Yuan pushed himself even further. Sha. Once again, Yuan managed to sever Bai Sutao's legs. This time he severed both legs with one swing. What the fuck is this bastard? Bai Sutao began to panic when it seemed like he would always be behind Yuan, no matter how much he increased his cultivation. Over the next several minutes, Yuan would cut off Bai Sutao's limbs over and over again, littering the ground with dozens of Bai Sutao's limbs. Bai Sutao would continuously swallow pills to restore his limbs and increase his cultivation, reaching all the way to the 9th level of spirit enlightenment. However, his mental strength did the opposite and deteriorated rapidly. Eventually, Bai Sutao could no longer endure the torture and snapped. "Inyo, I have had enough. I don't care if I die after this as long as I take you with me." He unleashed his loudest roar yet, my liege. "You need to retreat now? He's going to unseal all of his cultivation?" Dong Ye suddenly warned him. Yuan nodded. But just as Dong Ye prepared to teleport Yuan away, another presence manifested in their vicinity, and a commanding voice boomed a second later. "What do you think you're doing? Halt this instant." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Bai Sutao ceased his actions and regained his composure. "Elder sister?" he mumbled in a dazed voice. Sure enough, Bai Ning appeared before them a moment later. "What in immortal monarch's name is happening here?" She glared at Bai Sutao, demanding answers. "Tsa."